Test. Test 1 2. Can you hear me okay?
Test 1 2.
Beautiful. Welcome back, everybody. My name is Nick Stevens, and you are joined live from the Salt Palace Convention Center here in beautiful Salt Lake City. It is session 2, day 3 of 2024 USA Powerlifting Raw Nationals, and what a competition it's been thus far. My name is Nick Stevens, USAPL coach, commentator, competitor, referee, man of many hats, overall enjoyer of powerlifting, and I'm joined by...
Hey, this is Rachel Corba. I am a national referee and competitor with USAPL as well. I'm from Richmond, Virginia, and lift out of the Chaos Lab. Shout out to them. And I'm excited to be here watching some powerlifting with you.
It's going to be a grand old time now. We are starting off with a squat here, so for the folks at home, and for all the grandparents, parents, brothers, sisters, friends, dogs, and cats that may not be super in tune with what powerlifting is all about, both Rachel and I are referees, so we will be giving our best analysis as to what we may see on the screen, different calls that are going to be coming up. And so like we said, this is our first lift. This is the squat. So from the referee perspective, what are some of the biggest things that you're looking for with the squat?
Sure. So the biggest thing on squat overall is squat depth. You have to get low enough in the squat for it to count. So what the refs are looking for is that the hip crease is below the top of the knee. It's a very fine line, pretty subjective, but that is the standard. So that's why we have trained eyes for. And then another big thing is having your knees locked at the initiation and finish of the lift. That's really important too. You want to keep the bar stable on your back. You don't want any downward motion of the bar. That will get you a red light as well. Those are pretty much the big.
Yeah,
big
those
three.
are the big ones, definitely. Yeah, a couple other things too. And we'll kind of see these as they come along. But so with the squat and actually I'll back up just a little bit even further, just to kind of navigate you all to what we're seeing on the screen. Below, at the bottom of the screen, is kind of our heads-up display, right? So we see the lifter, their weight class, their age division, and then we get to see all of their attempts throughout the meet, okay? After each of their lifts, ladies and gentlemen, there's going to be 3 lights that come out. So on platform 4, Brian got 3 white checks after that lift. That indicates a good lift. So our referees believed that, per Rachel's rules, we hit that depth. We had our knees locked. There was consistent motion. If there is any red light, or if there's any reason for any infraction for the lift, you're going to see a red X come up on the screen within those 3 lights. More often than not, that's going to be accompanied by a color: red, blue, yellow. Those don't really all that matter. Those don't matter all that much. But it's just a good idea for us to kind of see what the insight might be as to what those infractions could be as they come along.
I don't know if you said this, but you only need 2 out of 3 to count as a good lift. So 2 white lights out of 3. Obviously, 3 out of 3 is preferred, but 2 out of 3 does the job as well.
That's right.
Another big infraction that I forgot to mention that applies to all the lifts is rushing the commands. So for squat, there are 2 commands. Once you unrack the weight and walk it out and get your knees locked and the bar motionless on your back, the chief ref sitting in the center will yell squat, and you can start your squat. But then when you come back up out of the hole, you have to stop at the top and wait for the chief ref to yell rack, and the spotters will help guide you in. If you rush any of those, you will get a red light for that.
And we saw there that was a good lift there for Michael Visser, but he did get 1 red light from one of our side judges with a red card underneath. And like we were saying, folks, that red card underneath is actually going to indicate depth. So he did not get that hip crease below the top surface of the knee, and that's most likely going to be what we're going to see called most often here, especially as we get through these opener squats and we start to see folks kind of fall into their attempts. Depth is one of the most highly contested pieces of powerlifting, especially from the referee standpoint, and it's all about the standard. And when you get to USAPL Raw Nationals and you get to this pinnacle of the platform, you have to meet that standard.
Yes. I come from Virginia, and like I said, I have a very strict meet director who ensures that that standard is upheld and enforced at every local meet, and it really prepares the lifters very well to come to meets like this at the national level and expect the highest level of refereeing and prepare them to have good lifts. So it's doing them a disservice if you don't practice that at the local level too.
Absolutely right there. And like you were saying, it does start kind of at that local level. These lifters have, I mean, to get here, they would have had to have solidified a qualifying total. And you can only do that at the local, state, regional level. And even at that point in your competitive career, you have to maintain that standard. And the earlier on, you know, as a coach myself, the earlier on you're able to train to that standard, and the earlier on you're able to create your technique around that standard, you're not going to have any surprises on meet day, and all you have to worry about is the weight on the bar.
Nope. Same with practicing commands. It's really good as you are preparing for a meet in the gym to have a friend or a fellow lifter kind of practice with those commands with you so you don't rush them.
Absolutely right. Benjamin Phileas, phenomenal depth there on platform 4.
Eli on platform 3. Let's see what the judges have to say. 3 white lights, that's a good lift. Now, I also want to point out on your screen, you will see the attempts, the weight attempts at the bottom. Those are in kilograms, not pounds.
That's right. We will be doing our absolute best to try and do our best conversions for you. I'm decently okay at them. You know, if I can kind of tell what the colors are on the bar, that's a pretty easy number. But for the folks at home, we do all of our numbers in metrics, and we do have the phenomenal app Load the Bar loaded. Andrew Zafman, 451 pounds. That's going to be a good lift for him as well. 2-to-1 does get the depth call from one of our side judges. Like you said, you only need 2-to-1.
And it's interesting because people might ask, well, why is only one ref calling depth and not the other? And you can have a pretty significant uneven depth depending on if maybe you have an injury or just one side is tighter than the other. It happens more frequently than you think that one side is commonly called for depth and not the other.
I am fitting right into that population as well. Recent knee surgery.
Oh, sorry
so it's, we're here. But, having to squat now, I'm almost having to learn how to adjust my technique around that imbalance and almost expecting okay, I'm probably going to get one red across the board, but as long as I make everything else look solidified, we should be fine on meet day.
Yep. See, Lorenz, that was...
We've lost our LiftingCast view, folks. Give us just 1 second. We've got Andrew Laughlin, though, on platform 4.
Lorenz on platform 3. 255 kilos, which is 563 pounds. That was a nice and controlled squat. Let's see what the judges have to say.
That's going to be a good lift there on platform 3 from what we're hearing from the amazing Mike Perkins, the barbershop announcer of powerlifting. And I really feel like USAPL has some of the best MC personalities. I mean, we've got the Ox, the cowboy out there. We've got Big Mike Perkins. We've got Gino, the powerlifting pirate.
He just signed my shirt today.
I might have to get an A7 shirt just to have him sign it.
Worth it.
A7, one of our presenting sponsors for Raw National Championships, and they have brought a lineup, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, they unveiled their meat shirts, which is my personal favorite. It was an April Fool's Day joke, and it has now come to full fruition. And that's meat shirt, folks. M-E-A-T, meat. It has a full meat print all over it. It comes in a nice little package like a top sirloin. Looks great.
The wrapping was ridiculous. It's the best thing I've seen. I'm wearing one of their sweatpants that I just picked up today. They're super comfy.
Ooh, okay. Here we go. Riley Morgan, platform 4, 227.5 kilos. That's 501 pounds. And ladies and gentlemen, in this session today, we've got all age divisions. So if I'm not mistaken, all the way from Teen 2 to Masters 1 or 2. And then for our weight classes, we've got the men's 90, 100, and 110 kilogram weight classes.
Getting up there in the big guys.
Which means we're going to see some pretty solid weight later on.
Yes, I'm excited. We're already over 500 pounds, and a weirdly specific rule, but a good one. When you surpass 500 pounds on the bar, you need 5 spotters on the platform instead of 3. It's a nice safety feature, gives everybody confidence that the lifter and the spotters will be safe.
That's right, Matthew Swanson there.
Zachary on platform 4. Platform 3, 240 kilos.
I've been doing it all day, don't worry.
It's hard when you look at both at the same time.
It's a good lift there, though. 507 pounds. That's going to be a good lift. So far, everyone in Flight C on Platform 4 has made their openers, which is something we really haven't seen across Raw Nationals. I really feel like the standard here is so strictly enforced, as it should be, and I think we're seeing a lot of a decent amount of inexperience, a decent amount of
maybe
just mishaps, bad calls, interesting play calling. You know, oftentimes these are folks' first run at a national title. This is their first time having to deal with travel for a meet, having to deal with weight cut plus travel for a meet, and you know, there's a lot of factors that go into it. So
I couldn't imagine traveling for a meet. I haven't done it yet, but being from Virginia and coming to this altitude in Salt Lake City, it's a doozy, all right. So I can understand.
I'm from Charlotte, North Carolina myself, so it is absolutely something to get used to for sure. But I'll be darned if Salt Lake isn't beautiful. Right. Oh my gosh. Kyle Lopez on platform 4, 242.5 freedom units. Or sorry, those are imperial units. Excuse me.
Nicholas Kirchnack on platform 3 missed his opener, so he's retaking 245 kilos. Let's see what the judges say on that one.
Good lift there.
And it is a good lift. You just have to get one to be in the competition, ladies and gentlemen. If you miss all 3 attempts for one of the lifts, that's what we call bombing out. And it unfortunately disqualifies you. So usually with the openers, you want to aim for something that's somewhat challenging, but something you can hit every day in the gym, even on kind of your worst training day. Absolutely.
I try to tell my lifters, you know, if you can hit it on a bad day in the gym for a triple, it's probably going to be a solid opener.
Definitely. You can always go up, but another maybe little known fact, you cannot decrease the weight in your attempts. So where you start at with your first attempt is the lowest you can possibly go. So that's why it's incredibly important to not overshoot that number.
And there's a lot of factors for the folks at home. There are a ton of factors that go into what attempt goes in next. For those of you not familiar with powerlifting, every one of these lifters should, if they don't, but they'll have a handler or a coach, and it really comes down to the relationship that lifter and the handler coach have with each other, the knowledge and experience that the coach and handler has for the lifter, and then on the flip side, the trust and the confidence that the lifter has in the handler and the coach. There's a ton of factors that go into it. How did the weight cut affect? How did travel affect? How are your other lifters that you're competing against doing?
Are you trying to save energy for a certain lift?
Exactly.
Later?
Are there certain records that you're going for, like you were saying, saving that energy? So there's so many things that go on with attempt changes, and
it's incredibly intricate, and to the average Joe, it might not seem like it. There's a lot that goes on behind the scenes.
It really is very, very intricate, and I mean, you've worked score table before. I've worked it once. It's extremely stressful. I mean, not from the referee side, because we just have to put the number in.
Yeah.
But you know, we're watching these lifters and their coaches kind of, you know, frantically, okay, how do you feel? What do you want to put in? What should we do? Are you okay? Can we go for this? Can we go for this?
And to add pressure to that, athletes only have 1 minute after they complete each attempt to put in their next weight. So that's a little stressful too, because you have to be prepared if the last lift moved well or if it didn't, and so you or your coach or your handler have to kind of know and have a roadmap of where you're going and what avenue to travel down.
Absolutely. Here's Gavin Rich, 210 kilos, 462 pounds for the second attempt. Teen 3 lifter, ladies and gentlemen. Teen 3 lifter, 90 kilos body weight. So we're talking anywhere from 198 pounds or less. Is that correct? Is that 90? Did I just mess that up? I feel like that's wrong.
Yeah, no, you got it right. It's right under 200 pounds, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, 198.36 to be
Guys,
exact.
I don't do math, but I do powerlifting math.
Yeah, my shirt says converting kilos like it has a bunch of crazy hard equations.
It's the perfect shirt.
I do what I call color math. I don't operate based on any numbers. I just kind of say, oh yes, I need a red, yellow.
Oh, like normal people do. Right.
Colors
I'm the same way. Like if I can tell on a bar that 3 reds and a yellow is 440, I don't need to know that that's 200 kilos straight up. You know what I mean? So yeah, I do the same thing.
Loren's back up on platform 3 with his second attempt, 267.5 kilos, about 590 pounds. Nice focus there. 3 white lights, on to the third.
And we are just cruising right along, ladies and gentlemen. We're almost done with second attempts here for this first flight. And then we are just cracking the halfway point on second attempts over on platform 4. For those of you at home, we go, in order of flight. So all of our lifters within this flight, so flight C, all of them are going to take their openers, and then as you see, we're going to go back to the top of that lineup. They're going to take their second attempts, so on and so forth for the third attempts, and then even further for bench and deadlift.
Hector on platform 3. Couldn't quite get there. That's what we have the amazing spotters and loaders for.
And that was a big jump there for Hector, going from 260 to 282 and a half. 22 and a half kilos, ladies and gentlemen, is a very sizable jump, and I wonder if he might have bitten off just a little more than he could chew there.
Seems like it. I'm wondering if he was trying to set himself up for some kind of record or a competitive number. But for those of you at home, 1 kilogram is 2.2 pounds, so that's your conversion factor. If you are good at math in your head, unlike us.
2.2046.
Oh, wow, excuse me, I'm so sorry. That I definitely can't do in my head.
Listen, add 2 plus a little bit more. Oh,
wow,
my goodness, and we were just
jump.
talking about
Oh
massive jumps. Devraj Roy, 250 kilos to 290 kilos.
I don't think I've ever seen a 40-kilo jump in competition. No. Unfortunately, couldn't get that one.
Coming up on platform 4, Nigel's going 215 kilos. Devraj Roy, the powerlifting professor.
Oh.
Hopefully he's able to come back. Phenomenal coach he is. So
yeah.
I'm wondering if there was some sort. There's always a method to some madness
of
there.
Course.
So we'll see if he's able to come back there for the third. Nigel, a Masters 1 lifter, which means he's between the ages of 40 and 49 years old.
That's my goal, is to make it to nationals when I'm a master, because it's going to take me a while to get there.
Look at that.
Wow.
What a grind that was. I'm curious to see where he goes for that third attempt. I don't know if he's got anything more than a 2.5 kilo jump.
Maybe 5 kilos at the most.
And I was talking a little bit about this to my my co-host earlier, but I'm of the opinion that more people should scratch their attempts.
I was just going to say, maybe he should just leave it.
And what scratching is, ladies and gents, is, let's say, on that attempt there, it moved, it got all white lights, it was a good lift, but let's say you're going for a crazy bench, or let's say you have a very technical bench where you have to get into a really contorted position there. I'm actually going to pause there, folks. Ladies and gentlemen, looks like Fat has timed out his attempt on platform 3.
That was probably purposeful, similarly to how you were explaining scratching a lift.
Looks like DeVraj did as well. Okay.
Yeah, if you do put in a third attempt weight, and then later decide, you want to preserve your energy, or you injured something and you want to take it easy, you can not show up to the platform, and that's what we call timing it out. And the clock will still run your full minute just to give you that opportunity in case you change your mind. But that is an option, so that might have been what happened there. But then, like what you were saying, you can scratch your attempt and just put a 0 in for the weight, and you will not be called to the bar for that third attempt.
And not only that, but you're giving the rest of the lifters in the flight that do break. Every lifter, once that bar is called loaded, has 1 minute, so 60 full seconds, in order to get the subsequent start command for the squat. As long as they do that within the 1 minute allotted time, they are fine. They're not at risk of bombing out. But in the case of scratching your attempt, you're allowing the rest of the lifters within your flight the same amount of rest that they would had you have taken your attempt, which is a fellow courtesy to your lifters. And not only that, I'm sure it's probably safer in the long run and healthier. He does save a ton of energy going for bench and deads.
Yep. Oh, a nice grind from Cole on platform 3 with his third attempt, 250 milligrams. And that's 3 white lights for Cole. Successful third attempt. That's the best feeling. Once you hit your third squat and it was successful, for me at least, that's like, okay, the hardest part is over. And
oh my goodness, yeah.
bench and deadlifts are all fun now.
Absolutely. To be able to go 3 for 3 on squat, you save, I mean, that's a ton of momentum.
Yeah.
That's a ton of momentum. And with the squat, I mean, it really sets the tone for the rest of the meet.
It does. It's a big mental game too, because if squats don't go well, it might affect your mental game as you go forward.
Nicholas Kirchnack, 260 kilos, 573 pounds. That's going to be 2-to-1.
Yep,
Good lift.
2-to-1 still counts. I'm sure that felt good after he missed his opener.
Just to update you all on the timing, ladies and gents, we are about halfway through third attempts for this first flight on platform 3. Nearing the end of second attempts for platform 4. And folks, if you are watching at home, you're following the live stream on YouTube, go ahead and shout us out. Let us know who you're watching the live stream for. Let us know where you're watching from. We love to let our lifters know when they, watch back the live stream that they've got folks cheering for them all across the country. And not only that, but if there's any questions that anyone in the live chat has throughout the day, we'd be more than happy to answer them, only because, 1, that's more education for the rest of our audience, and 2, it gives Rachel and I another opportunity to just yap our heads off.
That's what I do best.
I'm actually going to pull up the chat now to see if we have anything.
Yeah, embarrassing fact about me, for my very first meet, I made a PowerPoint for my parents on how the meet will run, because I love to teach. I do some teaching.
I probably should have done the same.
So I think it was very helpful, and they learned a lot.
Gavin Ingram, bars loaded him for 250 kilos. We're just making sure that that bar and the platform is all clean.
Jan Enriquez on platform 3, 267.5 kilos. That's only a 5-kilo jump, probably to conserve some energy. Oh, couldn't quite get there.
Ooh, we've got some awesome shout outs here in the chat from Absolute Flex Appeal Jim. First of all, top tier name.
I was like, wow.
Shout outs for Steve from Team AFA. He's one of our Masters 4 lifters.
Wow.
Masters 4 lifters. That's
70 to
that's
79.
Listen, that young man, let me tell you.
Goals.
Shout out for Ben Lawrence from Northport, Florida. We got a watch party there for him.
Wow. That's what these lifters deserve.
Absolutely. Shout out for Jordan from TSS in Houston. Shout out Texas Strength Systems. And the mastermind behind it all, Wesley Zunker. I mean, you want to talk about some of the best competition equipment. I mean, look at those chrome plates. I mean, shiny, love them, crisp, clean, easy breezy, beautiful.
TSS.
We've got a shout out for my glorious Pookie Bear, Zachary Broderick squat single-handedly saved his family of 4 from a burning car. You know what? Hey, I feel you. Shout out for Nathan Koulis there in Maine. Team Stone in Naples, Florida. Ryan Hanley, shout out from Montrose. And shouts out from Sean Devine. And Jeff Flynn.
Got Jorge Diaz on platform 3, 275. Wow. It looked like he had way more left in the tank. 3 white lights. He is very excited about that, as he should be. We're seeing a 15-kilo jump for Eli on platform 3. Let's see what he can do.
Hector Figueroa. Oh, sorry. One lifter ahead. This is Eli. 280 kilos. Folks, we're well ahead of the 600-pound mark. This is 617 pounds. We are only going to see big squats from here on out, ladies and gents. Good grab there by the spotters and loaders.
I thought he had it. It was so controlled all the way down. All right, we are on our last squat of Flight C on platform 3 with Hector. Reattempting 282.5 kilos. That's 622 pounds.
And we want to give a big, massive shout out to our spotters and loaders, supplied by Ohio State Powerlifting Team. They have been on the platform all day, every day, and we started Thursday morning, 10 a.m. crisp. And let me tell you, folks, if you are at home and you've ever volunteered at a meet and you've ever spotted and loaded, you know how difficult it is to do it for just one day, for one meet. These lifters are doing it for 10 straight meets. This is insane, and
it is.
That shows the dedication that a lot of these people have to the sport and their willingness to want to give back.
I've never seen spotters like them. They are a literal pit crew.
Oh my God, are they fast?
It's the fastest thing. As soon as the bar hits the rack or hits the floor, they all jump on it, and I swear it's 10 seconds or less, and usually around 30 is a solid time in between lifts to load the next weight. So the fact that they're doing this fast is absolutely incredible, and I wish I could take them home with us.
Oh, yes.
Not that our spotters are bad. Virginia has some great spotters. We actually have a team called The Hive, started by Leanna Trimmer. So they staff a lot of our meets and are a well-oiled machine too.
And again, folks, for those of you at home that are watching Raw Nationals and feel so inspired to want to begin powerlifting, don't know where to start, don't know what to do, shoot, go ahead and volunteer for your first meet. Go ahead and volunteer for your first meet, because that's, in my opinion, one of the best ways to get to know the sport and get to understand all of the work that goes on behind the scenes in order for these listeners to have the best experience possible, especially on the highest stage at USAPL Raw Nationals.
That's true. Everyone starts somewhere. I started just by needing some personal training during the pandemic because I was working a ton and not moving my body, and that's how I slowly transitioned with my coach into powerlifting, and as soon as I got under a barbell, I never looked back.
Yeah, I wonder, the pandemic really did kind of, was almost a jumpstart for powerlifting there. Nigel, big save there by the spotters and loaders.
It's really scary when that happens, especially when you're a referee on the platform and you have to kind of maintain your composure, but
yes,
it's easier said than done. But again, great save, keep everyone safe. So on platform 3, we have started our first attempt for Flight D. So this is a whole new group of lifters. They will also do their 3 attempts on squat, and then we still have one more flight after that, Flight E, that will again do all of their 3 squats before heading into the bench. So it's a bit of a long day. 3 flights is a lot, but it's going to be a good time.
Listen, it's powerlifting.
Can't not have a good time.
We are on 3rd attempts here for platform 4. Bars loaded here for Andrew Zafman, 225 kilos. 496 freedom units.
And on platform 3, we have Jason Songwoo Lee in the 100 kilogram weight class, which is about 200 to 220 pounds. He is opening his squat at 240 kilos, which is about 530 pounds.
Imagine opening your squat with about 2.5 times body weight.
I cannot. Maybe one day, but that's insane. And the judges say 3 white lights. Like to see all the white lights on the board today.
Bars loaded coming up next here for Henry Sandelin. Now, he is listed as a guest lifter. Can you talk a little bit about some of the things that could factor into why someone might be a guest lifter?
Sure. A guest lifter likely means that you didn't make weight. So before the competition, 2 hours before you are scheduled to lift, you have to weigh in and you have to be below your weight class. So for example, 100 kilograms, you have to weigh between 90.05 and 100 kilograms. So if for some reason you did not make weight, you are entered as a guest and therefore are not eligible for any awards or medals in your intended weight class. And you know, it's probably really frustrating and kind of heartbreaking to some of these lifters, but you know, I would just be happy to be here lifting and getting that national platform experience, because it's unlike any other kind of local or state meet. The energy here is just palpable.
Absolutely. Henry Sandlin, that was a good lift on his end. 3 white lights, product of Team Hogan out of Maine. Eric Hogan, the mastermind. Here's Mr. Nicholas McFarland taking his 3rd at 227.5 kilos.
Brendan McGuire just opened with 245 on platform 3, and it was 3 white lights. Our sponsor, A7, has a little bracelet that I received when I bought my singlet from them a couple years ago, and it says 3 white lights, and I wear it every day as a reminder on and off the platform that that's what we're aiming for.
Absolutely. Here's Benjamin Phileas, platform 4, 227.5 kilos, 501 pounds, the elusive 500-pound squat. I wonder if this is a landmark lift for him. I mean, Benjamin Phileas, a Team 3 powerlifter between the ages of 18 and 19. We wonder if this is going to be a milestone lift for him. Come on, Benjamin, let's see what you've got. Rocking the OG Romaleo 2s. My goodness. It looked like he came up just a little bit too quickly. And if you were watching, exactly, if you're watching his feet there, it looked like he kind of teetered onto his heels a decent bit there. And when we're talking about powerlifting, all it takes is 1 millimeter outside of your normal technique, your normal range of motion, and that could spell danger for your lift.
And especially with all that weight on your back, it's easy if you kind of lose your balance and tip backwards, even just ever so slightly, it can throw you off entirely and send you back.
Jordan Weber.
Wow, that was such a strong opening attempt, and he knows it too.
I don't know if we can call a depth check on that one, because if he went any lower, he'd be underground.
That's very true.
Bars loaded up next here for Omario Salinas, another Team 3 powerlifter.
Wow. I often wonder how you know, when we have teens competing, how they get into a sport like this. I grew up in New Jersey, and New Jersey is actually a really big powerlifting state, but I don't know that I was necessarily aware of it, that this sport even existed. So it always intrigues me on how they get started.
I was one of those teen lifters that got their start at school at Appalachian State. Go Mountaineers for anybody that's in the audience there. But when I worked at my school gym, it was right behind my dorm room. Easy first job as a student. And I saw one of my buddies, still one of my very good buddies to this day, just repping out 550 on the squat. We weighed about the same, and I was like, I want to be able to do this. How do I do this? And sometimes that's all it takes. You know, a lot of kids, especially in the younger generations now, are getting into the gym, which is great. And all it takes is for that one good exposure for, you know, good powerlifting, for them to kind of build that fire and to begin their career in this sport.
It takes them far too. There's a lot of collegiate powerlifting. We have USAPL has college nationals too, which are always super fun.
Collegiate nationals, in my opinion, I mean, one of the most exciting competitions just across the board. And if any of you are collegiate graduates and you have any sort of school spirit at all, you know how intense college sports can get, and you put all of those colleges into one convention center and have them all lift a bunch of weight, it's going to get rowdy. You hear cowbells, team chants. It's like going to a pep rally all over again.
We have Alexander Frawley on platform 3, opening his squat at 250 kilos. Looks like he means business. You might notice in people's grips, for example, Alexander on platform 3, his thumb is over the bar. That is legal on squat, not on bench, but it is legal on squat, or you can have your thumb wrapped around the bar. But the technical rule is that all of your fingers must be touching the bar.
Exactly. Riley Morgan here taking his third attempt. 255 kilos, 562 pounds. These kids are strong.
Oh my gosh.
Strong.
Yeah. What are they feeding them these days? Just kidding. Protein, lots of protein.
Lots of protein, you know, Miracle Grow in the shoes, all the GMOs, all the Red 40. Here's Kyle Lopez. I was going to say. And you've seen that a lot more lately, the transition from, you know, just normal knee sleeves and neck compression to something super, super stiff. And while there is technically a performance advantage there, it's really there just to make sure that your knees are capable of withstanding the weight on your back.
Yeah, it's crazy how much of a difference that makes. I remember trying to squat without knee sleeves, and I couldn't hit anywhere near my normal working weight without them.
Right.
And also, it's not really smart either. They are there for your safety, to protect your knees. But it is important to train certain accessory lifts without your knee sleeves as well to keep all your joints healthy.
Absolutely.
Schneider up on platform 4, another team 3 taking his third attempt, 265 kilos. Goodness. I always just count the red plates. 1, 2, 3, 4.
It's easy to count them too with the TSS chrome plates.
Yeah. Bryant opening at 622 pounds, 282.5 kilos. Smooth like butter, like there was nothing.
You can't believe it's not. Bars loaded here for our next flight of powerlifters. Cam Brown's going to start us off, 407 pounds for the Team 2 90-kilo lifter. Here he is, A7 singlet and meat kit. Shout out A7.
All right, we are into second attempts on platform 3. Sean Kwasi Dawkins, not opening, just taking his second attempt at 250 kilos, 551 pounds.
And then we've got Tyler Schmidt over on platform 4, 451-pound opener. That's 205 imperial units.
And on platform 3, that was a successful lift. I always find it interesting how wide these lifters take their stances. A lot of the times you see with male lifters, their stances tend to be pretty wide, and a lot of the women, especially the lower weight classes, the more petite women, their stances can be so narrow. And it's really just working with your body's leverages. Everyone
Exactly.
has different leverages, and femur length, weirdly enough, has the most to do with how you set up your squat.
Absolutely. My colleague Leo Bennett, he likes to say, it's all about the morphology of the lifter. And if there are certain techniques and certain forms that lend themselves better to your physique, lend themselves better to your appendages. I went to college, ladies and gentlemen. But I mean, if you find your technique that lends itself better to that, then run with it.
Right.
As long as you maintain the competition standard, as long as you are able to lift within the constraints of that standard, do whatever you want. Looks like Henry Owens and Jason Lee repping the same footwear here and the same singlet. Well, one of you is going to have to change. Henry Owens, another one of our guest lifters, so unfortunately not going to be in the running there for any sort of placements or totals or anything like that, but we are very glad to see him still in the meet. Oftentimes when you're in a preparation and you coming in at, at a certain weight class, you're expecting to hit certain numbers, but then come to find out, oh, we're just a little bit overweight, and now we've just, in theory, kind of thrown it all away. Well, you've still prepped for a whole meet.
Right. So
go out there, put on your best show. At the very end of the day, it's data.
Yes.
Very end of the day, it's data, and you can say that you still put on a show at Raw Nationals.
You can still say you went to nationals. Yep. Like you said, you've worked for this, and at my most recent meet, I hit numbers I wasn't expecting to, which was incredible. So even just for your personal records and your achievements, it's so worth it.
Bars loaded here for Brendan McGuire.
255 kilos, 562 pounds. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. And that opener looked pretty easy too for Sean. On platform 4, 2 white lights. The left judge called him for depth. Like I said earlier, it's possible that one side is just tighter than the other, and all you need is 2 lights, so good luck.
Here we go. Charlie on platform 4, rocking an integrative strength system. Or sorry, no, I lied. That is a Fodral strength system shirt out of Georgia. Then we've got Jordan Weber on platform 3, 255 kilos, 562 pounds. And look at that, folks. Just a masterclass of squatting we're seeing across the board.
3 lights for Brian.
Brian Drago. Goodness. Or sorry, up next is Brian Drago. That was Jordan Weber.
My apologies. so fast, can't keep up with these spotters. Tucker Sally coming out on platform 4. Another Team 3 lifter, opening at 485 pounds. Honestly, that first squat is definitely the scariest. I think once you get past that, once you get your first good lift, that's going to be, you know, smooth sailing for the rest of the day.
Bars loaded now on platform 4, Thomas Martucci, and it looked like that was a no lift on platform 4 for Tucker Sally. It looked to be a timeout. When you're a referee, and I'm sure you've been around plenty of coaches and you've competed yourself, let's say you do timeout, what are some of the things that are going through your mind as you're going into that second attempt? Do you take the same weight? Do you have that discussion with your coach, be like, hey, let's hit it in the warm-up room real quick, and then we go out for a second? What would you do there?
Yeah, it really depends on the situation. You know, if you're frazzled, if it was an accident, if you were struggling with some of your gear, that's probably not the best time to kind of bump it up. It might just be best to reattempt. Or if you know the strength is there and that's not an issue, you can definitely bump it up. But it really depends on why you timed out. Sometimes that mental component too. So if you have to replace the bar before you get the squat command and then you run out of time, that might throw off your mental game, and maybe increasing the weight might not be worth it. I don't think we've seen that yet here today on platform 3 or 4 for session 2, but that is something that could happen is if the knees aren't locked before the squat command, the ref can say replace the bar and bring the lifter back in, and then they can reset if they have enough time.
Yes, that's an excellent caveat there. That clock is still running even if you get the replace command.
Yeah, so a minute in certain scenarios can seem like a long time, but then a minute is also hardly any time. But
right.
As my gym mom, Leanna, says, you bought that minute, so
that's right. Use it.
Second.
Here's Mr. Logan Allaire, another product of Team Hogan. High school national qualifier. Actually got to commentate him a little bit at this previous high school national championship in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Logan Allaire, great guy. Eric Hogan, great coach. Great squat there, 2-to-1.
And that was team 2, so that was 16-17.
Wow.
Yeah. We have Alexander Frawley coming back out on platform 3, 265 kilos, 584 pounds.
And then Wyatt Harris on 4 here, 252.5 kilos. Alexander Frawley making short work of 584. That's going to be a good lift. Just going to keep the ball rolling here. Wyatt Harris, Team 3 lifter.
The way he unracked that was like nothing was on the bar. Wow. Squatted like it too.
Looked like one of those more explosive squatters where we may see some decently large jumps there in attempts. So yeah, we're going to keep an eye on the LiftingCast here. And ladies and gents, if you want to follow along at home for some of the live action that we're seeing on the platform, go ahead and head on over to Google, Yahoo, Firefox, Internet Explorer, Safari, whatever you kids use as your browsers nowadays. Go ahead and type in LiftingCast, LiftingCast.com/meets. Scroll down just a little bit so you find USAPL Raw Nationals Day 3. Scroll on down to platform 3 and 4, and you'll find all the action. Now, ladies and gents, we've got probably the biggest jump I've seen all across the competition here. Gasu Kalibali. This kid, out of Hometown Barbell in Frederick, Maryland, this kid is taking probably the biggest jump I've ever seen.
5 kilos. Remember, multiply that by 2.2 for the pounds.
That is almost 100 pounds. Because you got to think 50 kilos, that's 110 pounds.
Right.
And going up 45s, I mean that is just below. And I mean, he walked it out like it was 250 pounds. I mean, goodness gracious. Let's see here. Oh, wow. That's there. And he had a little bit of a bounce at the top, too. And not necessarily a bounce to where there was any lack of control, but more of the bounce of, like, almost too much control. Like, this is air. I could do river dance with this on my back.
And he got it. 3 white lights. That's insane. I am interested to see what his third attempt is going to be now.
I know. Gasu Kalibali, I think he's good for another probably close to maybe 20, 25 kilos. I wouldn't be surprised if he does anything higher there. Here's John Nickel. Looks like he's being represented by Yukio Powerlifting out of Hawaii. 606 pounds.
I love how you can recognize logos like that. Clearly haven't been around long enough.
What year is it?
2024.
2026 will mark 10 years.
Wow.
I'm
Newbie over here.
seasoned.
Cheers.
We've got another Yukio Powerlifting member here, Bryant Blackman. 295 kilos, 650 pounds. Oh my goodness. You want to talk about one of my all-time squat goals. And he's making it look like absolute cheddar. Oh my goodness.
Platform 4, we've got Henry Owens coming out to reattempt his opening squat at 210 kilos.
Now I was worried, if I'm not mistaken, I believe this was a timeout. So we're going to see if he's going to come out. Now, here he is. All right, Henry Owens. Oh, I stand corrected. Henry Owens did come out on that last one, so it was not a timeout there. So let's see if he's able to get this back. We can actually check the LiftingCast, ladies and gentlemen, and you can too. If you see a lifter, you can go and click on their names and check out all of their attempts and the infractions. Here's Henry Owens. Again, 462 pounds.
Looks like Benjamin couldn't quite get there on platform 3 for his third attempt at 250.
Ooh, okay, so Henry Owens, that's going to put him in a very interesting position here. It looked like he got a little bit deeper there, so if there was any depth questionability, he fixed that. But he wasn't able to find his way past the sticking point. And so you've now missed your first attempt, you've now missed your second attempt. You're now at risk of bombing out. You're at risk of being disqualified from the championships here. Now, Henry Owens, exactly, and I'm very grateful to have not been in that position. Very grateful for my lifters not being in that position, but I've been around people and I know people who have been in that position. That's a different mental wall to try and break through. Same thing there for Tucker Saley. Again, mislift first and second there, so both of those boys, they're going to have a hard time coming back for their third attempt.
You know, and it is unfortunate if that happens and if you do bomb out, but luckily you can continue lifting even though it won't count towards, you know, the actual meet and you won't be able to medal or place, but you can still finish it out. You know, like we've said before, you've prepared for this day, might as well see it through, and that's just a nice respect, I think, paid to the lifters.
Absolutely. Here's Tyler Schmidt, Team 3 lifter, 220 kilos on the bar. 480 pounds there. That's going to be a good lift, 3 white lights.
Got Jason Zonguli coming out again for the third time on platform 3, 265 kilos, about 585 pounds. It's only a 10-kilo jump. Let's see if he's got it in him.
Here's Ethan Bura, platform 4, 225 kilos. The elusive 4-plate date. If you're in a kilogram gym, that's 496 pounds, and just one of the more aesthetic-looking bar loadings you can see.
I was really excited at my last
Wow! Nathan Bora with arguably about 20 to 25 kilos to spare.
Oh, well, don't don't you worry. I'm sure on his third attempt he'll get those.
And that was a sizable jump there, 15 kilos from first to second, so about 30 pounds. If we see another 15 to 20 kilo jump, I think that could be in the cards for him. Coming up next on platform 4, Sean Devine. 12.5 kilo jump.
See how narrow his stance was comparatively to someone like Snow on platform 3. Oh. Couldn't quite get that weight, but that's okay. He made his opener, and see, that's why it's so important to have a tangible, reachable opener, because
that's
in
right.
case something goes wrong on your second and third, he's still in the meet.
An interesting point you bring up there about, you know, the differences in stances, and all of these men are in the same weight class. And so ideally they're all about the same body weight, yet their bodies, like you said, they're so different. They're all lifting different weights. And that goes to show, you know, for the people at home that are kind of on the fence about starting powerlifting, you know, there is no barrier to entry. There really isn't. You can start at any level of strength. You can start from having only lifted the bar, and who knows, in a year and a half, you're already squatting 2 reds. You know, it's the beauty of powerlifting. It's the beauty of, you know, finding a coach that works, finding a nice gym environment that facilitates good training.
It's not scary. That's exactly what happened to me. I grew up, I was in choir, I was in theater, I was the artsy kid. I did not play any sports. And I am an only child, so, you know, team sports intimidated me. I didn't want to let anyone down. Conversely, you know, I didn't want anyone messing up my game. So to have a sport that has a strong individual aspect where it's only about me improving myself. Yes, there's competition. Clearly, we are at nationals. But to have a sport where all I'm caring about is improving myself is really incredible. And like you said, I was one of those people who started with the bar and slowly worked up and finally hit 315 pounds at my last meet on my squat, which when we talk about pound plates is 3 45-pound plates. So that was really exciting. And you just create these little goals that, you know, are short-term and then long-term goals, and that's what really keeps me coming back for more, is just to see that progress, even in, you know, a week or two, just pushing more and more.
Thomas Martucci up next on platform 4, 237 kilos. Marvin Rousseau, unfortunately, not able to make do with that 267.5 kilo squat there, so he'll only come away with 255, which, if he was shooting for any sort of total goal or any sort of placement goal, that will put him at a disadvantage, which means somehow, through the bench and the deadlift, he might have to make that up.
Hopefully he can. And, you know, that's another good point, is that people are kind of have their favorite lifts and are good at different things. So some of these people, maybe squat isn't their best lift or isn't their favorite lift, but can easily make up that ground with bench or deadlift and vice versa.
Here's Logan Allaire on for Team Hogan product. Shanquaise Dawkins makes slight work of 267 with plenty to spare.
Wow. 3 white lights, that was a great lift.
2-to-1, good lift there for Logan. We're going to carry on now. Wyatt Harris, Team 3 lifter, 600 pounds, ladies and gentlemen. The elusive 272.5 kilogram squat, 601 big ones for Wyatt Harris. Look at the intensity he's bringing to the platform here. Same there for Dan Michael on platform 3.
Wyatt Harris here making a 20-kilo jump. That's pretty significant. Typically, we see about 10 to 15 kilos as a normal jump in squats.
Yeah, 20, anywhere above 15 is kind of getting along that more risky side there, but clearly not for Wyatt Harris. I mean, he made 600 move faster than most men I know move 300, so.
And in case you missed it earlier, you cannot go down in your weight. So once you enter a certain attempt and say you miss it, you cannot lower that attempt. You can only reattempt or increase the weight. So it is a risk you're taking. It's a very calculated risk. And that's what you have, you know, coaches and handlers for there too.
Gerardo Flores, 280 kilos, another 20 kilo jump there. 617.29 pounds.
He looks confident though.
And he's a Team 3 lifter, ladies and gentlemen, 18, 19 years old. I wonder how many teenagers at home, ladies and gentlemen, you know that can even squat 200, let alone 617, and make it look as easy as Gerardo Flores did. 3 white lights.
Wow, another really deep squat by Alexander, but unfortunately couldn't quite make it past the sticking point. That's okay, he got his second attempt, so he's still pressing on to bench. Pressing on.
Pressing on to bench, hey there.
Pun not intended.
Nathan Koulis up next. Again, 20 kilo jumps here.
And then June Bradley Catalina on platform 3 with his third and final squat, 272.5 kilos.
There we go, solid walkout. Good lift there for Nathan on 4. Coming up next, Mr. Cam Brown. Oh my gosh, June Bradley Catalina, what a squat that was. 600 pounds, very clean, very rounded number. Made it move almost like a last warm-up, maybe first attempt. So we're going to see some very interesting things as he comes through the rest of his lifts. I know.
Good for him. That must feel good breaking that 600.
Oh, absolutely. And now, ladies and gentlemen, arguably the winner of the Best Name Award for 2024 Raw Nationals, Gasu Koulibaly out of Frederick, Maryland, 280 kilos on the bar, 617 pounds. Not to be outdone, Cam Brown on 3 or 4 has to get help from the spotters there.
Okay, only a 10 kilo jump compared to the 45 for his second attempt. So that seems a little bit more manageable. Oh man, you could see on his left foot he lost balance.
Yep.
That's
very
unfortunate.
And like we were just saying, you know, all it takes is that the slightest misstep, and that can be the difference between hitting an all-time PR and maybe not even making it to the podium there. So, but Gasu Koulibaly, we are going to see him through bench and deads. So
Definitely.
Very long way to go. Tons of lifting still left to happen.
Game is not over by any means. All right, this is a lot on the line here for Henry on platform 4. He has to make this lift, his third squat, in order to stay in the meet competitively.
He is a guest lifter, so unfortunately not able to get into the total, but at this point we're just looking to get on the board here for Henry Owens. Oh no, ladies and gentlemen.
Goodness.
So he gets that replace command and the clock's winding down. Unfortunately, it's going to be a replace, and from there, unfortunately, Henry Owens not able to register a squat there, and you got to wonder what happened, you know, and if he is a guest lifter, he might have come in a little bit heavy. You've got to wonder if there was maybe a weight cut involved coming into Raw Nationals that maybe had tanked the squat numbers. Maybe we weren't able to recomp the best way, and that leads to what we see here. Same here for Tucker Sally. I mean, 220 kilos. Now, he is on weight competitively. Team 3 in the 100 kilo class. Weighed in at 96.7 kilos here.
But with Henry on the last one, the reason they replaced the bar is because his knees were not locked at the start of that lift, and that is the requirement to get that squat command. So the referee has every right to say replace the bar. They give you a couple seconds to try and fix it, but when you have that much weight on your back, especially with these bigger guys, it's incredibly hard to lock your knee out and lock it out, obviously. It's another subjective thing to see, but you know, when someone's walking, you can tell when their knee is locked. Again, in knee sleeves, it adds another layer of hardship to see if the knees are locked.
Right.
But it's crucial because, again, there could be your timeout.
Did I just see Nathan Bora hit the flame jutsu? I just saw him hit the shing, 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 flame jutsu. Nathan Bora, Date Bayo, I believe in you. Team 3. Listen, all us weebs know each other. Come on, Nathan. Oh, my goodness. Believe it.
Says it all.
Nathan Bora of the Village of the Hidden Squats. 3 white lights. And we've got Cooper Johnson starting us off our last flight of squatting for platform 3. Or actually, I apologize. Keith Hubbard started us off with a good lift at 230. So here's Cooper with his opener at 245.
Now we're into the 110 kilo class. So again, if I'm not mistaken, that's 220-ish to 240 pounds
Correct.
for body weight. And again, you will just continue to see the weight on the bar increase over the course of this flight.
Great grab there by the spotters and loaders for Tyler Schmidt.
Now, as you probably noticed, the back squat or back spotter lifts up underneath the lifter's shoulders to save them. That's a safety feature. You don't want to grab the bar as a back spotter. It could hurt the lifter. And so it just kind of creates, like, it adds to the person. So instead of having one person lifting up that weight in the center, you have 2.
Right. Mr. Anthony Angelini on platform 3, product of Albany, New York, Albany Barbell Club.
Wow, that was a really nice deep squat. No question on depth there. Rocking some cool Marvel socks.
That's right. That's going to be a good lift there for Anthony. And Anthony, having very, very recently hit the qualifying total to get to Raw Nationals, hit it just last month.
Wow.
So very, very fast turnaround here. So Anthony Angelini's on the board currently. We're going to see how well he's able to hold up here throughout the rest of the day.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, if you're just joining us, we've been talking about depth, so that is kind of self-explanatory, how deep you squat, and your hip crease has to be below the top of the knee in order for it to count. Another big rule is your knees have to be locked at the commencement, the beginning, and the end of the lift. You don't want any downward motion of the bar. You don't want to jump any of the commands from the chief referee. There is a command to start the squat and then a command to bring the bar back into the rack. Any of these will get you a red light, and there are 3 referees on the platform, and so it's best 2 out of 3. 3 out of 3 is preferred, 2 out of 3 will do it.
And this is Raw Nationals, so on the platform we do have national level referees, both Cat 1 and Cat 2 national level referees, and that just allows them to be able to officiate on this level as well as the international level. And not only that, but they're then allowed to sit on the jury. Can you talk a little bit about what the jury is?
Sure. So the jury is kind of what it sounds like, in that it's comprised of referees at the category 1 and 2 levels here at the national meet, and they observe every lift that's happening. So if a lifter or a coach does not agree with the calls that the platform referees made, they can take that concern to the jury, who again is watching all of the lifts, and they can ask questions about what the referees called, and they can contest the lift. Now, the jury will only overturn a call made by the platform judges if it was egregious and obvious, and also if it was unanimous. So all 3 judges on that jury have to agree to overturn that call. If even just one says, no, I think the platform made the right call, the call still stands. We have had a couple calls turned over here, and it's, not necessarily a discredit to the platform referees, maybe just these higher ranked referees on the jury saw something different.
And not only that, but let's say you're in contention for placement against one of the lifters that's going, and
it could make or break.
You have the opportunity to go to the jury against that lifter.
Yes, that's an interesting rule too. You can contest any lift, not just your own.
You got to
might
slap
be
down.
worth it, might not be worth it.
You got to slap down a fresh Alexander Hamilton if you want to contest someone else's white light lift. But otherwise, if there's a lift you want to contest,
I think it's an Andrew Jackson.
Andrew Jackson. Did I say Hamilton?
Hamilton. It's not $10. It's $20.
Did I say Hamilton? I meant Jackson. I've got my
musical,
Andrews
though.
mixed up. I went to college not for history, clearly,
Or finance.
or finance. Here's Wyatt Harris, 280 kilos.
And then we have Noah on platform 3 coming out with 275 kilos. That's a nice, shiny 5 red plates.
Oh, elusive it is.
606. It's nice. I feel like each red plate is, a next goal on all of your lifts.
Mm-hmm. And we're seeing that for both platforms. We got 275 and then 280 for Wyatt Harris. Teen 3, ladies and gentlemen. Teen 3,
Goodness.
617 pounds at 220 pounds body
That's
weight.
amazing. Made it past that sticking point. Up 2
to 1. That's all you
1.
need, folks. Up next, Mr. Gerardo Flores. Big jump, 260 to 280, and looks like a very conservative, safe jump there to 285 kilos, so 628 pounds.
Wow, look at Timothy on platform 3 opening at 280 in his all-white A7 gear. Thank you to our sponsor. He's looking super cool.
All white everything. Look at him. Brighter than my future. Timothy Prasad. Very clean squat there. Here's Gerardo Flores. Again, 628 pounds for the Team 3. 100 kilo lifter. Good grab there from the spotters and loaders.
I love the faces that all the lifters make, especially on squat. They're not cute faces, but everyone does it. You're bracing your core so tight, usually against a belt. And so you're just holding all of that air in your core to be as stable as possible to push that weight.
Absolutely, and you mentioned a little bit about like the emotion, the pressure that is unloaded off of them once they finish that squat, and I think that lends further to the individuality and the beauty of USA powerlifting in that there are so many different personalities, so many approaches, so many mindsets, techniques, game plans, theories, that you can truly do whatever you want within the constraints of the sport.
I love how different people operate too. So one of my teammates, she kind of has to be in isolation, on meet day. She has her headphones on at all time. Nobody talk to her unless it's absolutely necessary.
Exactly.
For me, I'm like, I can't take it too seriously. If I put too much pressure on myself, it won't go well. So my music that's on in my headphones is kind of like upbeat electronic dance music. Like I'm having a good time, because if I get too serious, I'll get in my head and it won't go well.
Right.
What's your favorite lift to train?
Excellent question. I'm such a squatter.
Me too.
I absolutely 100% love squat. If you ask me any day of the week, it's the best exercise known to man. And it's one of the most functional exercises known to man. The easiest exercise to build bone density.
Yes. Oh, look at Steve, a Masters 4 lifter on platform 4. Successful 90 kilo opener.
And Masters 4.
70 to 79.
Wow.
I can only hope that I'm still
alive.
Squatting. Exactly.
Alive.
First that, and then still squatting.
My goodness.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there.
No, you're fine.
But yeah, squat's definitely the best lift. Ever since I started powerlifting, and I tell my doctors, they're like, great, keep doing it. It's great for your bone density.
Yep. Squatting is excellent, and obviously it's going to go in order squat, deadlift, bench, because I've got really, really long arms. It doesn't lend itself well to the bench, but I like to think I'm a decent puller.
Yeah,
so.
I do too relative to my legs. My arms are longer for sure, but I don't know. I love the technicality of bench and just the precision, because like you've mentioned for squats, if you're even off in the placement of your body, your weight over your feet by just a millimeter can throw you off. Same is true for bench, if your shoulders aren't in the right spot, your feet, your torso, it's game over.
We've got Mr. Anthony Angelini coming back up to the platform now. 573 pounds. Anthony Angelini, we're going to start calling him the Avenger of powerlifting. Look at them socks. Can always respect the sock game here. Mr. Angelini, product of Albany Barbell Club.
Wow, look at Daniel on platform
Another
4.
Masters 4 lifter.
Masters 4. Oh my gosh.
Wow.
Was there anything on that bar? I can't tell.
I couldn't tell. Come on, Anthony, let's see what you got here. Big squat. Very clean. And now, Anthony Angelini, here's a guy he's very, and I've been watching his training for a while. This is the only reason I know this. But he looks like he's struggling a lot with his lifts.
Yeah.
Like you can tell that second attempt, it looked difficult. It wasn't. It wasn't. He's got another 5 to 10 kilos left in him very easily. Spencer Prestwich, Team 2 lifter. And
so
we went from
14.
Team 2 would be 16 to 17.
Yep, you're right.
And so, like, look at the gamut, folks. We're really running the gamut here. Team 2, all the way to Masters 4.
Just showing you anybody can do this at any time in their life. It's pretty inspiring. Keith Hubbard, platform 3, a 30-kilo jump for his second attempt. 260 kilos, 573 pounds. Looks like that could have been his opener. And the judges agree. 3 white lights. Let's see what he puts in for his third and final attempt. Daniel Gomez, Master 2 on platform 4. Master 2 is 50 to 59 at 190 kilos, which I believe is just under 400 pounds. I'm loving his beard.
One of my favorite fits here. Now, Daniel Gomez taking his time with that walkout.
Every step counts. Wow.
Very easy there.
And super deep, too. Felicio Marta.
I was going to say, a very shaky walkout there.
It made me
It
a
was
little nervous.
a little nervous, yeah.
He's got it. Felicio Marta on platform 3, 267.5 kilos for his second attempt, which is about 590 pounds. Let's see what it looks like.
And then we've got Jeff Puckett on 4, opening with 197.5 kilos.
Jeff Puckett is a teammate of mine on Anchor Power. Yeah, so my coach is Holly Mann from Anchor, who's out of Durham, North Carolina.
Out of Durham, North Carolina.
Yeah. I believe Jeff is on the team. Since I'm in Virginia, I don't get to kind of interact with the North Carolina members very much, but we have a lively Discord, and Jeff is always active on it. He's a fun guy. So it looks like he had to replace the bar, but
he still gets a squat command with time to spare.
Yes, so you don't have to complete your lift in the minute, you just have to get the start command, and that's a fine distinction and really matters when it comes down to time. So even at 1 second, as long as that chief referee yells start, you're good.
Exactly.
Taylor Anisdell on platform 3, 275 kilos. Let's see what it looks like.
Ooh, and we've got another Carolina favorite here, Mr. Lorenzo Waiters, coached by Miss. Oh my gosh, why am I blanking? I'm so sorry, Elise Yeager. I'm so sorry. I was like, coached by Miss Alpha Bell. I was like, coached by Miss Alpha Yeager. No, Miss Elise. No. No, Elise Yeager and Cody Yeager, gym owners of Alpha Strength in Greer, South Carolina. They have a number of lifters here this weekend. They've got Lorenza, as well as, if I'm not mistaken, Miss Latanya Wise.
Kevin Hayes here on platform 3, 282.5 kilos, 622 pounds. You can see the squat rack comes in the lifters have the option to put those arms in. It's for people like this who use a wider grip so that they don't hit the rack on their way out. That's something too that nobody really thinks about, is when the arms of the squat rack are open wide or completely vertical.
Right.
You can accidentally hit the rack on your way out, which could throw you off physically, throw you off balance, but also mentally too, more than anything.
Absolutely.
And can affect your squat, so because it's just something going wrong that you're not used to. Wow, what a nice
Robert Reel.
Classically clean, pretty squat from Robert.
Easy, breezy, beautiful
Squat.
Robert.
I like yours better. Noah's coming out on platform 3 for the second time around, 290 kilos, 639 pounds. I squat that in my dreams.
And Jackson Penland on platform 4. Jackson Penland, another one of our lifters coming out of high school nationals, looking to make his Open Raw Nationals debut here, but as a Team 2 lifter. 235 kilos.
When is high school nationals typically?
High school, when? Or
When?
So this year was in April.
Oh,
It was about the first week of April.
Right,
That's
right.
kind of how it's been the past couple of years.
At the end of their school year type thing.
Give or take,
Gotcha.
yeah. Or just so that's generally right around spring break time for the high school kids, so it
Now
works
that
out
you say
pretty well
that,
there.
Yep, that makes sense. Timothy Persad here again on platform 3, 295 kilos.
We've got Mr. Steven Srivastava.
Oh my gosh, rocking the new A7 singlet. I'm obsessed. Purple is my color. I have the black with the purple stripe down the side, which is my favorite. That looked super easy.
I was hoping A7 would have their meat kits of the indigo and white, because I really wanted those shorts.
Yeah, right? Hey, A7, can we do like an emerald green one next? I'm here for that. Have you seen, I like the teal ones with the white on the side. Those
Like
are also...
like a forest green type deal?
Yeah, like the darker green with the white. Those are a good look too.
Here's a Mario Erekil.
Oh my gosh, Ryan Hanley on platform 3. I think this is our first squat that we've seen over 300 kilos today.
666 pounds, ladies and gentlemen.
Unreal.
The number of the beast. Ryan Hanley.
Wow. Oh.
Oh, and the devil number takes another
yeah.
victim. Ryan Hanley, will he be able to come back and hit it again, do you think?
I'm rooting for him. I think it looked like he lost a little bit of his brace at the bottom. And ladies and gents, when that happens, when you let even out the littlest amount of air when you're in the bottom of a squat, it could really affect your strength out of the hole. And so I really think that's why he missed it. So
Absolutely.
Jerome up next, 305 for his second attempt, 672 pounds. I have a good feeling about this one.
Jesse Scott Hinkle coming up on platform 4. 262.5 kilos, 589 pounds. Sorry, 578, excuse me. I cannot do math, clearly.
Oh, so smooth, so easy. All right, Jerome, let's see it here. Wow, he made it. Let's see what the judges say. 3 white lights, that's a good lift. You probably saw the bar tilting a little bit to his left side. That's perfectly allowed. You just can't have any downward motion. So if the entire bar just comes down, that's where it's an infraction. But if it just kind of tilts on the ascent, it's okay. It's probably an issue with strength and stability on one side of your body.
Right.
it's almost impossible to be perfectly even and symmetrical. So the same goes for bench and deadlift.
The human body is absolutely not symmetrical.
Oh, I love Steve's shoes, those purple Converse. I'm a purple girl. All right, Steve, Master 4 lifter, 70 to 79. Squatting here, 95 kilos. It's a solid 209 pounds. Making it look easy, just another day in the gym for him. Here's your Anthony Angelini. 265 for his third attempt.
Excellent call there from his coach. I think 5 kilos is right on the
yes.
margin there.
Oh.
Mr. Anthony Angelini.
Look at that. That was such a good call for his third attempt.
Give it to him. Give it to him.
Oh,
2 to 1.
2 to 1.
He's on the board. Ooh, he's walking off a little gingerly with that one. Ooh, he's not feeling too great.
I wonder how that'll affect the rest of his competition here.
It looked like a grinder for sure there for Anthony
Yeah.
Angelini.
But was it worth it? We'll find out. Wade Craig here, Master 3. So that is 60 to 69 on platform 4, 170 kilos, 375 pounds. Popped right
Golly.
up. Oh, Cooper here on platform 3. Nice grind for his third attempt at 272 kilos, 600 pounds. 3 white lights. By his excitement, I have a feeling that that was a PR.
I think so too.
Daniel over here, another Master 4 lifter, 177.5 kilos, 391 pounds at 70 to 79 years old. Are you kidding me? Put more
And he
weight
made it look
on
like that.
bar.
My goodness.
I want to be him when I grow up.
Just looked at the A7 website. They do not have any of the Luno shorts. They do have the meat kits on sale though, but just the singlets and the meat tees.
Interesting.
And the wrist straps, looks like. So we're hoping for a restock, because I was a big fan of those shorts.
Yeah.
Here's Felicio Marta. 10 kilos up. It's going to be a good lift for him, I imagine, and it is. 3 white lights. Spencer Prestwich, already on the national stage as a Team 2 power lifter. He's stoked about that one. You can tell, ladies and gentlemen. Love the excitement coming off of that one. Ready to run into a wall, he was. Coming up next is Mr. Keith Hubbard on 3, Daniel Gomez on 4. Keith Hubbard, look at these jumps, ladies and gentlemen. 230 kilos, 260 kilos, going up 22.5 kilos to 282. Well over 600 pounds, folks. Keith Hubbard. If he's able to satisfy that depth, I think the referees might give it to him. And they do. That's going to be a good lift there. 3 white lights for Keith Hubbard. Bars loaded up next for Mr. Daniel Gomez, 440 pounds. Again, taking a very, very ginger and controlled walkout. Not necessarily a bad thing, just by how easily that first attempt moved.
It can make or break your squat, honestly.
Honestly, by how well that squat is moving, I wonder if he's just trying to make it look harder than it is. I wonder if he's secretly pocketing like, oh, this is easy stuff, but we're gonna make it look like I'm actually putting in work. Let's put in some extra weight on that bar, Mr. Daniel Gomez.
All right, Taylor on platform 3 with his third and final attempt, 287.5 kilos. He's had a pretty successful day so far. Let's see if he can do it again.
We've got teammate Jeff Puckett on 4.
Wow.
One of the most technically sound squats we've seen thus far. Depth, not a question. And same for Taylor, but he's able to stand it up. I think there's going to be some up and downward motion the judges might call. Let's see it.
What I see from here, but
2 to 1.
Yep.
Yep, looks like the judges are going to call that as well. folks, whenever you're squatting, and really in bench and deadlift as well, we want to make sure that the bar is moving in a continuous plane of motion, right? You don't want to have any bouncing of the bar. You don't want the bar to go up and down. It can totter to either side. It can seesaw side to side. It can even shift side to side, but it cannot go back down in its path.
And it's
Lorenza
hard to
Waiters.
catch, too.
It is.
happens so fast, and it might be so slight. That's why, again, trained referee eye, you kind of build that skill over time, too. Kevin Hayes here with his third attempt. 292.5 kilos, or 645 pounds. Nice big brace. Wow. That face says it all. He had way more in the tank.
Absolutely.
3 white lights. Successful squat day.
Skinner Myers, conservative 7.5 kilo jump to 237.5. That's 523 pounds. Clean as a whistle. 3 white lights. Now, let's turn our attention over to platform 3, ladies and gents. 302.5 kilos. Another lifter, Noah Mathis, looking to take down the number of the beast, 666 freedom units. Looking to pick up where Ryan Hanley left off, who's going to attempt this weight right after. So let's see if Noah can set the tone here. 666. Battle of the Beasts. Ooh.
It's a good meat name. Saber, catch that.
Oh, look at we've got the Gino graphic. Perfect. Love it.
Oh, go, 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 go. Oh, not quite.
Claims another victim. It does. The number of the beast.
Yep.
A fickle being it is. And listen, we love to see those kind of shots at Raw Nationals. You mean
Now's the time.
It's the only place to do it. Coming up next, Mr. Jackson Penland on platform 4. Product of Stand Strong Powerlifting. And we've still got one more attempt at the number of the beast. Last night we saw the angel numbers 444. Tonight we're seeing the numbers of the beast 666. I hope no one at home is inherently offended by that. It's just a number of the bar, ladies and gents.
Yeah.
Jackson Penland, beautiful attempt.
That was so nice.
We see the Gino graphic one more time.
Oh, I'm so excited to see Ryan come back out and reattempt this. I really, really think he can get this.
Bars loaded on platform 4 for Steven Srivastava. Hadouken on Instagram if you guys follow him. Looks like he's being handled by the Mother Teresa of Gaines as well, of Prime Predator Performance.
Prime Predator. That's such a good name, too.
Well, you know why that is. So his coach, Mother Teresa of Gaines, he's got dreads. So he looks like the Predator.
Oh, cool.
But his co-coach with the team is Ray Williams, otherwise known as Optimus Prime.
Yes.
Prime Predator Performance. There you go.
Clever. I got the chance to meet Ray Williams. He has a gym in Ashland, Virginia, right by us, and we've hosted some meets out of there. He's a really cool guy. Great gym. All right, Timothy on platform 3, 305 kilos as his last attempt. Oh, he got to the bottom and said, nope, not happening today. And, you know, that's...
And it really be like that sometimes. It really do.
You know, and that's honestly sometimes the safer call, too. If you know you're not going to get it, don't waste your energy grinding it out and risking injury.
Absolutely.
That's what the spotters are there for.
And even too, you know, that's one of the quickest ways to get burnt out in this sport.
Yeah.
And we were talking about that in the prior session. You know, we've seen the gamut of age divisions with this session, all the way from Teen 2 to Masters 4, and if you want to build longevity in this sport and you want to have stable progress within this sport, you've got to do so healthily. You've got to train healthily. You've got to compete healthily.
Smart.
And control all the variables. You know, and you're a lifter yourself.
Yep.
I mean, controlling the variables is arguably just as important as the weight on the bar, if not more.
I was going to say, you know, my training days at the gym mean nothing if I'm not eating right or sleeping right. And that's kind of why it becomes so important, because, you know, I don't want to waste that time and that energy and the effort that I'm putting into training if I'm not doing the things to support that.
Absolutely.
Now, you know, I am personally, Jerome just got his 3rd attempt. That was 310 kilograms he just got successfully. That was a cool lift. But yeah, I'm not personally cutting for a meat or anything right now. So definitely enjoy a good cheeseburger. So, but you know, diet and sleep and recovery, oh my gosh, they make all the difference. So it looks like we just completed our squats for platform 3. The spotters and loaders are going to get set up for bench, and then we'll have a brief intermission before bench starts.
That's right. So for those of you at home that are waiting for the action on platform 4, you've got about 10 minutes, so sit back, relax, grab some snacks. For us, it's about 4:30 on the East Coast. It's about 2:30 Salt Lake time, so right around that middle time between dinner. So I would probably grab a real quick snack. You don't want to fill up too early, and we'll see you in just a few short minutes. But we've still got tons of action left on platform 4 here. Lift is good for Steve, finishing out a 3-for-3 run at 220 kilos for the final attempt.
I don't know that I've seen any other Masters 3 and 4 lifters here thus far, so that's really cool.
Bars loaded up next for Mr. Daniel H. Buckingham. Now, this young man going for 402 pounds. This is going to be a world record attempt for Daniel H. Buckingham in the Masters 4 110 kilo weight class. And if we've seen his prior squats, ladies and gents, we know that this one is going to move. And we can almost expect Mr. Daniel H. Buckingham to come home with another national record. Let's see what he's got, ladies and gents. 3 white lights, and yet another American record broken at USAPL Raw Nationals.
So fun fact about records, the American record, you have to have all national or higher ranked referees on the platform.
Correct.
Hopefully at some point today, maybe we see some world record attempts in which all category 1 and 2 referees must be on the platform. So we have reserve referees who are of those higher ranks that in the event of a world record attempt will switch out with the platform referees and take their spot to officiate that lift.
And more often than not, those international level referees are on the jury, which goes to show, and you still have to have the jury.
Exactly.
So this just goes to show the importance that these higher level referees are. And if I can have a quick shameless plug here, I mean, all the more reason to referee, ladies and gentlemen. All the more reason for those of you powerlifting at home. If you haven't yet, oh my gosh, the exam is so easy. If you know anything about powerlifting, you can pass the exam.
Yeah.
All you have to do is take the exam, sit for your practical, reach out to your state chairs. They're always looking for referees. We're always looking for referees.
Yeah.
And it's the easiest way to get to this point. And me personally, I think it'd be super cool to sit on the panel for one of these world record lifts to be able to officiate that.
Definitely a life
so
goal of mine.
that's absolutely, that's a goal of mine as well.
I'm only about 2 years into my powerlifting career and have achieved national rank, and I'm just itching to keep getting more and more experience and coming to big national events like this. And honestly, as a referee, it really enhances your experience as a lifter. You understand the rules at such a deeper level, and you have such a better appreciation for it. So when you step on the platform as a competitor, you know exactly what to do because you're a referee and you know what the refs are looking for.
Absolutely. And for those of you at home, shout out to the Barbell Productions team. Shout out Kevin
Yes.
Pham, Bryce Lewis, all the guys that
This
have
is
made this stream
incredible.
possible, because we continually raise the bar here at Barbell Productions. We are continuously improving our game, providing you with some of the best camera angles possible, and we've got a drone, ladies and gentlemen. We've got a drone behind the curtain here,
It
so.
just flew by and scared the heck out of me.
Oh, I thought it was a bug. I thought we were being droned. So listen, we're nothing but the best from the Barbell Productions team. Here's Daniel Gomez.
Push through, push through, push through, push through, push through.
It looked. See,
So
when the
close.
weight starts teetering like that,
know.
it's very, very hard
Yeah.
to try and overcome.
So if a lifter is kind of grinding through a squat like that, and maybe they will get it, but likely not, and really if the grind becomes a safety issue, the chief ref will call the rack command. Safety is always, the paramount concern. So the spotters and loaders are not the ones who are making that decision. It's either the lifter, if they kind of shake their head and indicate that they are not going to complete the lift, or the chief referee sees a safety issue. You have to give them a chance. You don't want to grab the bar too early. That does happen occasionally.
It does.
But again, it's hard to blame the spotters for that when, they're just kind of doing it out of concern for the lifter. But the spotters too have an important job of listening to the chief ref's command too, because they're not supposed to grab that bar until
Exactly.
the chief ref says rack.
Here's Jeff Puckett. Anchor Power product.
Yes. 222.5 kilos for his third and final attempt.
And we've seen Jeff Puckett a few times down here in the Carolinas.
Yeah, I'm sure. Let's see if he can make it look as easy as his first two. Nice
222 and a half.
control. Push past the sticking point.
Beautiful.
Wow, that was the correct attempt selection. 3 white lights. That is a good lift for Jeff. Skinner Myers coming up. 245 for his third and final attempt. Another Master 1 lifter, so that's 40 to 49.
Skinner Myers coming up next in the Masters 1 class, so 40, 49 years of age. He finds his way to lock out there.
He probably could have done another 2.5.
I think so, maybe even another 5.
Yeah.
He did get 2 to 1 there, so hey,
Oh,
safe
true.
bet in that case. Looks like that red light was for depth.
I feel like
So
it's harder with that wider stance to hit depth.
it really is.
Yeah.
And this is something that not a lot of people think about, and something that I've been looking at a little bit more recently is when you're a national level referee and you're sitting in that chair for as long as you have, a lot of these referees have been in the chair all day, and you're looking at all these squats and you've got the light shining down, you've got the shadows of the lifter, you've got the shadows of the spotters. It is very difficult to be able to make those definitive calls.
Yeah.
So our referees are truly bringing the best standard they possibly can.
Just like I said, it's just more and more experience. The more you're refereeing on the platform, the easier it comes, the easier it is to see. So yeah, I love coming to meets like this where I have the opportunity to just watch, not even referee, just watch and observe so many different lifts.
Right. Here's Mr. Jackson Penland of Stand Strong Powerlifting. $567 pounds, 242 pounds body weight.
Wow.
Excellent,
smooth and
excellent call.
steady. Yeah.
I don't think a better call could have been made there. 3 white lights. Coming up next, Mr. Steven Strivastrava Hadouken on Instagram. Masters 1 lifter, 262.5.
That singlet though. I feel like there's only a select few people who can really pull that off, and he is one of them. Look at that game face. I love watching everyone's setups, too.
Oh, my goodness.
Everyone does something very, very different. I have a little weird, like, toe touch thing that I do before I get under the bar. They call me the ballerina. Wow.
Beautiful play calling there for the product
really
of Prime Predator Performance.
Oh,
no.
I was afraid. I wasn't going to say it until the refs called it, but I
That
was
was just
scared.
shy, too.
It was. It was on the line.
Mario Araquil coming up for his last bench attempt. Goodness gracious. We're not at bench press
not
yet.
quite. Not quite. We have 2 more squats, though.
270 kilos, 595 pounds, just shy of the almighty 600 pounds. But 595, nothing to sneeze at here for the Masters 2 powerlifter. Has to get help there from the spotters and loaders. And they're going to get that weight fixed up real quick for our last squatter. Our last squatter of the daytime session.
Wow.
And our last squatter of platform 4.
Is it just me or is Nationals just flying by? I feel like it was just Thursday morning.
So I just got here. I just flew in on Wednesday.
Oh.
And tomorrow I fly out on Monday. So, you know,
Tomorrow's Sunday.
I know.
Oh, I got it. Catching up there.
Jesse Scott Hinkle, 282.5 kilos.
He means business. Look at that setup.
And folks, if you're waiting for the action on platform 3, we are at the 2-minute warning before we start the bench press. Oh, he finds his way. Can he find his way? And good grab there by the spotters and loaders. And with that, Jesse Scott Hinkle is going to take us to our coverage of the bench press. We're going to take a quick 10-minute break while they get that set up. We'll be back real shortly. Don't go anywhere.
All right.
And folks, just like that, we're already on the action of the bench press. I mean, we had maybe 30 seconds to have a little bit of a break.
10 minutes go.
But hey, we're here for the coverage of the bench press on platform 3. And we're starting off on our opening attempts for our first round of lifters. We've got Cole Heitzman, Nicholas Kirschnack, Gian Enriquez, and Jordan Glenn are going to be rounding up our opening benches here.
So bench press is incredibly technical, not that they all aren't, but the setup is so unique and so critical. All of the angles and the leverages are so important to the success of this lift. So that was a successful lift, I believe. Jumping the gun a little bit for Nicholas. Yep, 2-1. The chief ref called, I'm not quite sure, it was a yellow card, so it could have been something like jumping the command, an issue with the grip. Bench, for a referee, it's kind of hard to assess. There's a lot to look at. So you have to look at the feet, at the butt, at the bar itself. There's a lot to cover. So bench also has the most commands as the chief referee. So what will happen is the lifter will unrack the weight from the bar, and then once they're in the proper position, meaning their feet are not moving and their butt is touching the bench, the two side refs will signal to the chief ref that they are in the correct form, and the chief ref will then yell start. The lifter will bring the bar down to their chest, and they have to wait there, not very long hopefully, but they have to wait until they get the press command. And to get the press command, the lifter has to have the weight absolutely motionless on the chest in order to get that. So it's incredibly important to control it. You don't want any wobble. If it's moving at all, it'll just take longer to get that command, and the longer the command, the heavier the weight, and then the harder it will be to press. So we covered start, bringing it down to the chest, press, pushing it up, and then once you reach the top, you have to lock your elbows out completely and wait for the rack command to put it back into the rack. That command trips up a lot of people. It's very easy to miss. You get excited that you just completed your lift and you just kind of throw the weight back, but it's incredibly important to just wait. I've been advised by numerous coaches, just wait until the spotters guide you in, because they too are listening to the chief referee. So it's a lot to pay attention to. It doesn't sound like a lot, start, press, rack, but when you've got heavy weight on the bar and, you're focusing on your technique to lift the weight, the commands, might slip the brain. So that was a successful lift for Fat. And you might have seen his left arm kind of came up a second or two behind his right arm. That's perfectly acceptable, again, as like squat, as long as there's no downward movement of the bar. That's totally a valid lift. Happens with most people, actually. Again, there's just kind of an unevenness in strength on one side. Maybe it was an injury. Maybe, there's just a weaker side. It's pretty normal. So you see that sometimes, and it can be pretty extreme too, where one arm is already straight and the elbows are locked out and one arm's still pressing. So we see the spotter here coming in to help with the lift off, and that is perfectly valid and allowed in the rules. It has to be by one of our spot and loader team. It can't be by a coach. That ensures fairness across all lifters. It might look like they're helping a lot and it's really an advantage, but it's really up to personal preference. We say it's about 80-20, so the lifter is doing about 80% of the work and the spotter is doing about 20% of the work, and it's just to help kind of preserve some energy. And you can choose to not take a lift off. Some people, like to be in control of the bar themselves, which is perfectly valid too, because if you're not used to someone assisting you unracking the weight, it could throw you off. Like I said earlier, your leverages and the position, how far out you bring that weight, it's really very different for each lifter. So if somebody brings you out too far, that could kind of undo the position of your shoulders on the bench and ruin all of your tension and ruin your perfect setup. So that was a really, really nice press by Zachary. Super controlled, hardly any movement on the chest. It did not take him very long to get that press command at all. And another cool thing is that you can bring it down to anywhere on your chest. Some people bring it really high up on their chest, some people bring it lower. It's all about, again, their leverages and their range of motion. If lifters choose to wear a belt for this lift, which they can, they don't necessarily have to. If you have a belt, you just cannot touch the belt with the bar. That is the official rule. looks like we are waiting for Devraj to open his bench with 170 kilos.
What I miss?
So you missed like the first 2/3 of that flight,
Okay.
but you missed all solid bench press attempts.
Beautiful.
You also missed me rambling about the intricacies of the bench press rules.
Listen, I'm here for it. I'm here for it.
Me too. That's why I'm here, and I could talk about powerlifting all day, every day. But yeah, so when you're refereeing the bench press, the refs on the side have to look at the feet because you cannot lift your foot. You know, the heel or your toe cannot come up. It has to stay firmly planted. You have to look at the butt because your lifter's glutes have to have contact with the bench at all time. And you also have to look at the bar as well. Again, assess for any downward motion, assess if they jump any of the commands. So just the whole span of the body and the place you have to look as a referee, for me, bench is the most challenging, just because there's so much ground to cover.
Now, I have ADHD, so bench press for me is one of the most fun things to judge because I get to go.
Look over there.
Okay, I get to go
Check,
here,
check,
here,
check,
here,
check.
here, 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 here.
Fair.
I see the feet, then I see the hips, then I see the
Yes.
head, then I see the hands, then I see the elbows, and it's just wonderful cycle
Yeah.
that is.
Another kind of new-ish rule, the head is allowed to raise off of the bench. A couple years ago that was not allowed, but now it is. Oh, I explained that the spotters can do a lift off and what that is,
Yes.
and why some people would or would not opt for that.
And along with that, I'd say too, and I don't know if you've gone into this at all, but how you tell your spotter how you want that lift off is crucial. And not only is it crucial, it's crucial that you do so in a certain way. You have to do it fast.
Yep.
Because your clock is ticking, so you only have 1 minute.
It eats up that time.
You have to do it, concisely. You have to do it specifically,
Yeah.
so that the head spotter knows exactly how you want to
Right.
do it. And you have to do it in such a way that you both are on the same page about what's going on when you want that unrack, right? It's, for me, whenever I'm talking to my lifters, it's, give that head spotter the quick and dirty, right? Let them know exactly how you want that lift off. So give them a countdown, how much to take, and when to let it go. If you can do that in 7 seconds, you're good.
That's precise.
So I'm going up to and it's something I've kind of like given them homework to do, which is
Yeah.
fun, So
Like come up with your elevator pitch, come up with your
exactly,
unrack pitch.
you're going up to the head spotter, said, okay, I'm going to go 3, 2, 1. So if this were me, I go 1, 2. I make a weird noise. Take about 65%. Just guide me out.
I did explain that it's probably about 80-20. It looks like the spotter's just handing off the weight, but it's really the lifter doing most of the work.
Absolutely. That head spotter's mostly, it's a guide, and more often than not, that head spotter's there just as a mental buffer. A lot of times people need their head spotter to put them in a certain position to where they can optimally press that weight.
Right.
I was talking to Vitali, my co-host, in the prior session. He is of the complete opposite school of thought, not a fan of the lift-offs because
I'm
of
typically
the inconsistency,
Yeah. And I was explaining, it can really throw off your shoulders and your positioning. I am one who, I don't bring out the bar very far. It stays pretty close to the rack. So if I have a spotter just completely bring it out, my shoulders come out of position and I lose all my tension, and it will not be a successful lift. That being said, I personally have a threshold where I say, okay, after this certain weight, I definitely need one, and that's a risk I'm willing to take. And that is a risk, so maybe you take it for your opening attempt, something that's supposed to be easy, and if you really, you don't like the way the spotter did it, or you're not willing to try and get them to do it again, you don't have to.
Ooh, I just got a very big whiff of some Tiger Bomb, if I'm not mistaken. Looks like our spotters are getting fixed up back here behind the curtain. I mean, these spotters have been working all day, every day, all flowers to them.
Oh my gosh,
I mean,
I
the
don't know how they do
A7
it.
platform crew out of Ohio State. I mean,
They're incredible.
they're going to need all the Tiger Bomb they can get, let's be honest.
Tiger Bomb is a miracle worker.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've got live bench press action here on platform 4.
We just started out, and now we just had Nigel with a successful lift. On platform 3, we have Nicholas already taking his second attempt bench, 155 kilos, 342-ish pounds. That looks easy.
We've got Mr. Michael Visser, platform 4, 112.5 kilos, 248 big ones for the team 3 lad.
So you might see our last lifter on platform 3 did not have anything around his wrists, but these 2 lifters on platform 3 and 4 now do. Those are called wrist wraps. They're really to protect that wrist joint and to keep them stable. They are allowed in the Raw division. And I am always just floored by anybody who bench presses without wrist wraps. I have like super hypermobile wrists, so any help I can get in keeping them sturdy and stable is always appreciated.
Absolutely. I mean, myself included, I'm a big wrist wrap fan. I swap between SBD and A7, great pairs of wrist wraps. And I've got little tiny wrists. So it's very hard and very admirable for me to watch, you know, some of these kids come out. I mean, Jorge Diaz, case in point, no wrist wraps whatsoever.
380 pounds.
380.
Wow. Really smooth, really controlled.
And if I'm not mistaken, that was a self liftoff as well.
Mm-hmm.
Here's Kyle Lopez on platform 4, 127.5 kilos, 281 pounds. And now we're going to see, and I wonder if you caught this as well, but with Kyle Lopez's bench press, he has that, it's what we call a very technical bench, right? He is electing to go for a little bit of a wider grip on the bench. He has that super high arch, that very high chest position. And with that, our head referees are going to want to have them hold that position for probably that extra half second, only because when you're looking at the elbows on a super wide grip bench, it's very easy for them to not look fully locked.
Yes.
So a lot of times, and especially what we're seeing here across the platforms, is we have these wide grip benchers. Case in point here, now Zach Broderick, you looked at his right elbow there, didn't look fully locked out there.
It's so hard, especially on really muscular people that have just like large biceps. It's hard to tell if their arms are locked out. And
you've got those older lifters as well. You know, maybe they've got joint
impediment?
No. Restrictions, range of motion restrictions. We'll just go with that.
And yeah, they physically can't lock out their elbows. And I think I might have mentioned this while you were gone, but in order to get the press command, you need to have your elbows fully extended at the start and the completion of the lift to get a successful lift. So if you can't tell, you know, some lifter or referees might not give that to you. So it's really important to kind of exaggerate that and hyperextend them as best you can. We have Gavin Rich here with his opening bench at 130 kilos, 286 pounds for our Team 3 lifter here. Nice and easy. Now, we just talked about an arch in your back, so a lot of people might not be used to that on bench press. You know, you might be used to seeing people just laying flat on the bench and pressing the weight. In our sport, it's kind of critical to have an arch in your back. It's hard to explain without a visual, but essentially it gives you better leverage to push through your feet on the floor and your shoulders on the bench to be able to push more weight. Next time you're in the gym, folks, maybe try it yourself. Try pressing the same weight flat-backed and then with a little bit of an arch. See if you can press. If it was easier with the arch, it probably will be.
Right.
Everyone who I know, where I show them videos and they're not in the sport, they get so confused.
Oh, that's not a real bench press. They're not benching. They're not even moving the bar. Oh, trust me, buddy. I will argue with you all day, up and down, left, right, and sideways, diagonally, front and back, that, you know, we have constraints for a reason, and we have rules for a reason. All you need are your 3 points of contact.
Yep.
Shoulders, hips, feet.
Yeah.
And your elbows to be locked out.
Yep.
Fingers no further wider than the smooth of the ring.
Yeah.
Within that, you can do whatever you want to minimize that range of motion.
Also, I mentioned it during squats, your grip is super important too. You can't, what is this, bold?
So I was just, you beat me to it.
I'm sorry.
Beat me to it. No,
I called somebody at a local meet for it. I had to correct them. I was like, you can't do that, and it's a safety issue, but I'll let you get into that.
Yeah, of course. So and for those folks at home, the bulldog grip it's a certain grip to where, and it's a lot more common with our wide grip benchers. And I want all the audience to do a little activity with me. So let's hold both of your hands out here, out in front here, and kind of turn your thumbs down. Okay. Now, when you do that, and let's say you're bench pressing and you have your hands super, super wide, that's going to allow the bar to sit. You can put your hands down now. That's going to allow the bar to sit a little bit deeper in the hands, okay? And that's going to allow the lifter to be further stacked, and we say stacked, but allow their muscles and their elbows and everything to be further in line with the bar so that there's no wasted movement and everything is geared towards that press. The bulldog grip has become a point of contention in the past couple of years, especially on the referee side. We saw it last year at Raw Nationals with Sean Noriega. He had to take 5 bench press attempts due to that bulldog grip, and then there was some subsequent rule changes. Those rules were then changed again, and so it's very common and very easy for people that do the bulldog grip to be called a yellow card because they don't have their hands fully around the bar. Now, it's possible.
Right.
There's ways to train the bulldog grip to where your hands are fully wrapped around the bar. If you train it right, it's very easy to do so. Your fingers are still wrapped around the bar, but it's the people that are, just learning it or haven't truly experienced it yet, or are just doing what they see on Instagram, and it's leading them to, further into that contention and further into that divide that, I mean, bulldog grip, I'm a fan of it, but it's tricky. You gotta still play by the standard.
Have you ever heard Saber's story about it?
I know he hates it.
Well, he hates it because it's a safety issue. So if you have the bar kind of resting on the palm of your hand without your thumb wrapped around it, the potential for it to fall out on top of you increases exponentially. And he had an issue back in the day when he was lifting where the bar, a bar was dropped on his face, and he had to have like facial reconstruction work done because it knocked some teeth out. So he is a stickler for a lot, but especially that grip, and will make sure his referees know to be extra mindful of that.
Absolutely.
For safety concerns. All right, so let's see here on platform 3, we are into the 3rd attempt bench of flight C. And on platform 4, we are rounding out the 1st attempt bench for flight C as well. Now, we didn't really talk much about a flight, but kind of the anatomy of a powerlifting meet. You have a session, which we are in session 2 for the day, and then there are flights within the session. Sometimes there's 2 flights, there could even be 1 flight. This session has 3 flights, so this is a lot of lifters, and the most lifters that each flight can have is 15. So if we have 3 full 15 lifter flights for a total of 45 lifters in a session, that's going to be a long day.
We're talking at least an hour, at least.
An hour for what?
Like, so, we'll say... Oh, wait, never mind. My math is
like
completely
an hour
off.
and a half per
hour and a half per
lift.
lift is what I was trying to get at, yeah.
Yeah, so that's going to be a really long day. Luckily, our flights aren't super full. That's kind of why Platform 3 is moving a little bit quicker than Platform 4. The flights are a teeny bit smaller.
Right.
And when you give each lifter a minute, the difference of 5-10 lifters is 5-10 minutes.
Right. Oh, we've got oh my goodness. I completely forgot we had a YouTube chat
Sorry,
full
we're
of
in
questions
our
and
own
shout
world
outs.
here.
Sorry, friends and family. Let's check out. Oh, we've got a phenomenal question in the chat here, and this is an excellent question for us referees.
Okay.
From Augustine Venero, he asks, is there a rule or a way for lifters to notify referees of any documented mobility restrictions so that there's no calls out for the soft elbows?
So there is a way to notify, our national office if you do have medical documentation allowing for certain accommodations. We have a lot of lifters who have those, and it is, no discredit to them and perfectly legal. And so as long as you have the supporting documentation, it will be approved by the national office and will be allowed at the meet. So that's really nice too, is that they're willing to accommodate a whole range of different abilities,
Exactly.
which is really nice.
And in another sense there, you look at, for people just starting out in powerlifting especially, you've got some masters lifters or people coming back from injury, they've been in the gym, they're training, they want to start this sport. On the local level, there's really nothing you have to do in that sense. If you're at the local or state level, all you've got to do is, let the meet director know, let the referees know ahead of time before the meet, hey, I've got this range of motion thing. I can't fully lock out my elbows. So whenever you're watching me, this is what it's going to look like.
Right.
They'll be like, okay, we'll keep that in mind. And it's simple as that.
Yes.
So more often than not, if there's a lifter that's going to be called for those soft elbows, it's likely due to a lack of full control or lack of full tricep extension rather than any sort of range of motion issue. Generally, those are pretty well spotted and well remembered by our referees when the lifters come up.
Right, I agree.
Another question there, does the thumb need to be wrapped around the bar? We did mention this. It does need to be
bench,
wrapped around the bar,
yes.
absolutely. And kind of what we were alluding to with that bulldog grip, because of the way your hands are rotated, it opens the hands up a little bit if you don't know where to place your thumbs, and it can be very, very, very tricky if you don't really know what you're doing for that bulldog grip to look like you have false thumbs on the bar, which is a massive, massive safety issue. Oh my goodness. I've seen plenty of benches where people are coming off the chest and then boom, hands come straight up, bar falls right out of their hands. I've seen it a couple times.
Gosh.
It's scary,
so
and
terrifying.
that is why we have face savers and spotters and loaders.
Yes.
But
Please always lift safely and responsibly.
absolutely, absolutely.
Wow, okay, I just want to point out we're in third attempt benches here, and Lorenz just benched 435 pounds successfully. We are rounding out this flight with third attempt benches by Hector. 225 kilos. That is just shy of 500 pounds, ladies and gentlemen. I can't even imagine. Does he wear wrist straps? I don't remember.
I feel like with that weight, regardless, you would almost have to.
Really hope. Nope.
Got a lot of family in the chat there cheering on Mr. Hector Figueroa.
And you saw him
No
kind of
wrist
give
wraps
instructions to the spotter on how he wants his handoff.
Important thing too for the folks at home, you want to be sure, you want to let that spotter know of that liftoff sequence every time you go up to the platform. That head spotter.
Assume they remember.
Oh my gosh, listen. I have such a short memory. I forgot what I said 10 minutes ago, let's be real. So
And there's so many lifters.
there's so many lifters. That head spotter's giving off so many liftoffs. He'll forget you.
Yeah.
It's not personal.
No.
It's business.
They're doing this day in, day out, all day.
Good grab there by the spotters and loaders there for Hector. I mean, you've got to go for it there.
Understandably.
Says light work, no reaction for Hector. Man has adamantium wrists. Love that. Love that.
All right, we are starting our first attempt bench for Flight D here on Platform 3. Sean Quase Dawkins opening with 145 kilos, just about 320 pounds. Let's see how this goes. Now, in terms of, when we're talking about accommodations, another thing that you might see.
I know exactly what you're going to say.
The
Go ahead.
blocks.
Go. Yep. Go ahead. You brought it up. Go ahead.
Well, I brought it up because I have short legs, again, relative to my arms. But we allow the use of blocks placed under the feet next to the bench for lifters to place their feet on, because it really is so important to get the right, what we call leg drive, and that is pushing through the floor. So if you are not at the right height, vertically challenged, that's not going to be the same and not going to be as fair for a shorter lifter than it would be a taller lifter. We have 3 different height blocks that you can choose from, and they are legal and perfectly valid. I don't use blocks, but my shoe of choice are platform Converse, so I have a feeling it's doing the same thing.
Right.
I just discovered that one day when I, didn't have my normal flat shoes that I had worn, and it made all the difference, that little platform. So you might see it, you might not. All right.
The man behind the camera, Mr. Bryce Lewis, just handed us some, and I'll shout out to the Barbell Productions team for taking care of us commentators. It's tough work back here, yapping for 10 hours straight. 12 hours straight sometimes, but he just handed us some chomplings, mini sticks of beef, and it looks a little interesting. Curious about them.
A little suspicious in color. But
All
we are
right.
grateful for the caffeine and the food being provided.
Oh, whoa. We've got another shout out in the chat for Gian, cheering live from
Yes.
Chicago, Illinois, and family from Christchurch, New Zealand.
Wow.
So
That's
we
incredible.
call us the 305 Federation because we are worldwide.
We had a lifter here from Australia yesterday.
We
too.
did.
That
We
was-
did.
that was
We had some
exciting.
viewers early this morning all the way out in Greenland,
Oh, cool.
Mexico, Canada. So this is being streamed all around the world.
That's amazing.
There's Riley Morgan on platform 4, 137.5, 303 freedom units. Really making use of that wider bench grip, very high arch there, Riley is.
And oh, it was a good lift. I don't want to jinx it, but so far for this Flight C on platform 4, all bench attempts have been good lifts. So we like to see that and keep that up. We are in our first attempts for Flight D here on platform 3. Jason Song-Woo Lee opening with 157.5 kilos, 347 pounds. You can almost see his feet are perfectly turned out sideways. That's another interesting to talk about is your foot placement. I have an incredibly wide foot placement. I don't know why. That's also probably why I need a little bit of a lift because my legs are so wide. I just feel the most stable and gives me the most supportive base. But you can see Andrew here on platform 4 has an incredibly narrow foot placement right up against practically the bench underneath himself. That is something as a novice powerlifter and even a more experienced powerlifter that you might have to experiment with and change up. Your body does kind of get used to certain movements and motions. So
Absolutely.
you don't realize it, but your body kind of gets lazy on you. So once you get used to a certain motion in a certain position, certain muscle groups kind of get used to it, and then kind of you don't have really good technique, or your technique might start to slip.
Right.
So then you might have to change it up and try, build on a different position, whether it's hand placement, foot placement, and this goes for any lift, not just bench. Deadlifts too, that happens with a lot of people set up the way they wedge, and we'll talk all about that when we get to deadlifts, but it's a really cool variation that you see across lifters is their bench feet placement. Brendan over here on platform 3, 160 kilos.
And to your point there, I mean, even like you were talking about those more experienced lifters, myself being one of those experienced lifters, you're constantly tweaking, constantly experimenting with your technique, and
Yeah.
that's something I've had to very recently just adjust myself is, where do I put my feet? And that leg
bench?
drive matters.
Yeah.
Yes, that leg drive matters. And a lot of people think, and my co-host Adriana Davis, we were talking about this a little bit earlier, but every lift, when you think about it, is a back lift. And every lift, when you think about it, involves the entire body.
Yeah.
When you're bench
Full body
pressing,
lift.
you're not just using your chest,
Oh,
right?
gosh, no.
You have all of your back to give you that supportive base. You have your feet driving into the floor, giving you that leg drive. Everything is a full body lift, and everything is a full effort.
I was so shocked when I first started powerlifting how much of a full body lift bench press was. I really just thought it was, you know, chest, arms, whatever. No. You have to use your legs. And you can honestly tell the difference between reps or between sets when you're like, oh, I forgot to actually push against the floor. Sounds so simple, but it's not.
Exactly, and we're not talking about one of those, you know, some of these commercial gym benches where we, where the hips fly 6 feet off the ground and there's less than a half a second of a press. No, we are still following the standard.
Right. That's another thing. We kind of train in what we call variations of these competition lifts. One of my favorite is called a Larson press.
Big fan of Larson press.
I don't know why. It makes no sense to me, but I'm almost stronger in my Larson than my competition bench. And what that just means is that your feet are off of the ground straight out in front of you. So it trains your chest more specifically and uses a little bit of a different muscle group there. And it's all to add to your competition lift. But we have that. We have long pause bench where you hold it on your chest for a couple seconds. And that, again, helps when you're in competition and you get a ref who likes to hold you in the on your chest a little bit. Tempo bench to work your control and making sure you don't just lose all your tension and bring it right down to your chest, where you know you're counting for a few seconds going slow. There's so many things you can do across all three lifts to train those and prepare you better for your competition lift.
Absolutely, and that's one of my favorite styles of training. It's called constraint-based training, or you're training around different aspects that you need to improve within your lift so that when you get to the platform, it's least likely to occur. So if you are having trouble with pressing immediately off the chest, you might want to start working on some Larsons.
Yeah.
You know, in order to build that off the chest strength.
Right.
If you are if you're varied in how you bring the bar down to your chest and you can't find that right control, time for some tempo lifts. You know, there's always ways to train around the different constraints that we have as powerlifters. And when we get to the national stage, we get to see the fruition of all of that.
Yeah. And that's what a good coach will do too. I mean, one thing is the sport does not require a coach, and there are so many resources online nowadays, but if you choose to have a coach, they are critical in assessing your shortcomings and what you need to overcome, and then picking specific exercises or training routines to specifically work those weaknesses and overcome them.
Absolutely.
Here's our friend from Frederick, Maryland. I'm going to let you say.
Ooh, Gasu Kalibali from Frederick, Maryland.
Opening at just over 400 pounds.
And then Mr. Andrew Laughlin on platform 4. 12.5 kilo jump, decently sizable there, about 25, 26-ish pounds.
Yeah. So we were talking about jump sizes in weight on squat, and 10, 15, even 20 kilos is kind of standard. For bench press, it's usually a little less because if you think about it, they're, lifters in general are not lifting as much weight, so that margin for error is smaller.
Absolutely.
For me, 2.5. Did he?
Okay, he did get it. I was wondering if he
see
jumped that rack command. He brought that into the rack very, very quickly.
It's critical. Even experienced lifters, that is an easy mistake to make. You get overzealous, and it happens sometimes. But, even if you don't get the lift, you can still increase in weight. Like I said, you just can't go down. You can only go up. So if it was a little technicality where you just jumped a command, but it wasn't a strength issue, lifters will still probably choose to go up in weight. Do you remember what I was saying prior?
I don't.
Okay.
Like I said, I don't remember what happened 5 seconds
fair.
ago.
Squirrel.
Very much so. Nicholas McFarland on platform 4, 117.5 kilos, 259 pounds. We're just going to go ahead and call it 260. Why not?
I round up too. When non-powerlifters are like, oh, what are your maxes? And I say like 127.4 pounds. They're like, excuse me? It's like, don't worry about it. I work in kilos.
I work in colors. That's how I do it. That's going to be a good lift there, Nicholas McFarland. Nigel's up next with 264 pounds loaded. And my goodness, you're seeing it, folks. Yosuel Diaz, 336.
Could not get that off his chest. But that's okay. That was his
Wait a minute. Hold on. Hold on a second. That was Yosuel?
Yeah.
I think they might have misloaded his weight.
Uh-oh.
They might have misloaded his weight. I think they're going to go for, yep, we see a little bit of a delay on the lift on the platform now. So what happened is they still had the prior weight from Jordan Weber on Yosuel Diaz's lift. Yosuel did not lift 336. He lifted 347 on accident. Or sorry, 447 on accident. So because that's 3 reds and not 2 reds per side, that's almost 100 pounds more.
I was like,
so in that regard, Yosuel is going to get a relift. Can you talk about what a relift is? And
yes.
I mean, excellent opportunity for a plug.
No, so relifts are kind of one of my favorite things to talk about because they can kind of be complicated. So the jury in this case, agreed that there was a mistake on our part, the spotters or loaders, or the referees, but in this case the spotters or loaders, and it happens. So out of fairness to the lifter, they will erase basically that result for that mistaken attempt and move that lifter to the end of the round, and they will get to reattempt this second attempt. You get into nitty-gritty of compensatory time if this happens at the end of the flight. So there, if a lifter is the last lifter, the second to last, or third to last, and this happens, you don't want to put them at the end of the flight because that's just 2 lifters later and they don't get any rest time. So compensatory time is a really tricky thing because you have to be able to think on your feet as a referee, especially as the chief referee, and be able to know exactly how much time to put on the clock. But since this was early on in the flight, that was, I believe, the second flight or the second lifter in the flight, they will be moved to the bottom and will get to reattempt that second weight.
Okay, so at the moment, ladies and gentlemen, if you're following along on LiftingCast, at the moment they registered that 152.5 kilo bench that ended up being about 440 pounds out of the way.
Yep.
So they are going to allow him that relift, just like you said. So he is now at the very bottom of the class, 152.5 kilos loaded, with a little bit of an asterisk there. So he'll come back again at the end of the flight, take his opener, and now since he was at the beginning of the flight, we have to wait to see what his attempt looks like, what he puts in for his subsequent attempt, to then see where he falls in the lineup during the second attempts.
And that's tricky too, because similarly to if this happened at the end of the flight, because now this lifter is being moved to the end of the flight, but he could take his third attempt at the beginning of the flight, compensatory time might come into play. It's all very tricky. You just want to give the lifter as much rest time as possible and as is fair, especially when it was a mistake on our side. I can't imagine having an extra red plate on each side. But these lifters or these spotters are working so hard. Again, this is day 3, the second session. And listen,
nobody's perfect. Mistakes are bound to happen.
Oh gosh, they do. And
this is why we have rules and contingencies in place for exactly that.
A lot of our rules in the rule book are to the benefit of the lifter. Even rules where referees have questionable, maybe they hit depth, maybe they didn't. It is strictly written in our rule book to give the benefit of the doubt to the lifter, and that's something I really appreciate from the sport as well.
Absolutely.
Oh, look at this grind from Wyatt. Didn't quite make it for his third attempt, but that's all right. All right, second attempt on platform 3 for Dan Michael Devano, 160 kilos, 353 pounds. So you saw that they just said replace the bar. His elbows were not locked. That one was a little bit obvious. The chief ref kind of told him quickly, hey, make sure you lock out your elbows. He still has the rest of his minute to reset up. Unfortunately, bench usually requires the longest setup, again, because it is so technical and every body part has to be in place. But with 8 seconds left, he did get that press command. So good for him for being able to.
And he presses it out very cleanly,
yeah,
I might add.
I'm just wondering if there was a little, oh, okay. I kind of saw a little double bounce on the chest. But maybe the chief ref did wait until that was motionless before he pressed. It's hard back here, and when we can't actually hear the commands. We're just watching alongside with you guys on the screen.
Andrew Zafman, bars loaded up for him, 150 kilos, a nice clean 330-pound bench press there. Teen 3 lifter, ladies and gents. Now, I don't know how many teenagers nowadays, and I mean, the future is strong. Right? Kids these days are benching 500-600 pounds. I mean, it's ridiculous, but I still dare you to, look in your neighborhood, look at your kids' friends, and see who are between the ages of 18 and 19, and then ask them, do you lift?
Right.
If they say yes, then ask, is it as much as Andrew Zafman? 330 pounds here.
Probably not.
Oh, man. Listen, solid attempt there for Andrew, and the good grab by the spotters and loaders.
Alexander here on platform 3, 165 kilos, 364 pounds. Oh, it's a grind, Oh, not quite.
And sometimes you just run out of juice.
Yeah. A lot of people you've heard us mention sticking points, and that is just literally the spot where, the muscle group changes. Yeah, quite literally. I was like, how do I more precisely explain a sticking point? You can't. But everyone has them, and they're all different for people. And that's kind of the fun of it, is trying to work around those and past them.
Absolutely
I remember when I first started squatting, there was a specific sticking point, and it turned out it just was my back. I wasn't keeping my back tight. It wasn't strong enough, so I did a lot of back-focused accessory exercises, and now that's not a problem anymore. But then, once you fix one problem,
another one arises. Absolutely. And that's what and this is me getting on my soapbox here a little bit, but when you talk about powerlifting, you talk about trying to find enjoyment in this sport outside of, okay, I'm going to keep progressing, you will not keep progressing. This sport
Here comes a plateau.
is humbling. You will inevitably always hit that plateau. The difference between good lifters and great lifters and the best lifters, how do you overcome those plateaus, and how do you find beauty in the process, right? You don't find beauty in hitting a crazy number. Sure, that's great. But you've also got to find beauty in continually wanting to progress yourself, continually wanting to tweak your form, optimize your performance. It's not always about the weight on the bar, because the weight on the bar may not progress for 2, 3, 4 years, But as long as you're finding beauty in the process and finding beauty in still wanting to get better and better at this sport, you're going to find a lot more enjoyment in the long run.
Yeah. For me, again, like I said.
And soapbox.
I'll take that now, thank you. For me, I'm still relatively new in this sport in terms of training age. And the way I keep myself going, because we are not, hitting those singles every week, we're not hitting PR singles every week, I always compare my videos from even just a couple months ago, or like find a similar weight on a working set, or find, a video from my early days when my form was horrible. And that's a really cool way to see it. I have like a little app where I put the videos in and, you know, do it side by side and be like, well, it was faster today.
Right.
You know, maybe I didn't hit more weight, but it moved better. The form was better. And those little wins are what keep me going over time. And that makes those big PRs all the more worth it because I know I worked for it.
If I can hop back on my soapbox for another 2 seconds.
Push it back to you.
That's why I love accessory lifts. That's why I love those variations. I mean, in my opinion, close, and I have a lot of opinions, close grip PRs.
Oh, no, I can't. Close grip.
Love a close grip PR, love a Larson PR. We love a high bar squat PR.
Okay, yeah, that's
we love
fair.
a pause deadlift PR.
Yeah.
You know, those variations make the process fun.
Yeah.
It's not always just straight up squat, bench, and deadlift because that does get boring, 100%.
Yeah, for sure.
It does get boring. You've got to have those variations.
Or even just a rep PR, you know. That's a good way to track it too. There was a weight I hit last September for a single and it was a grind, you know, and then I just hit it for 5 a couple weeks ago and I'm like, it's perspective like that. You're not seeing it in the day-to-day, but over the course of your training time.
And you used my favorite word, perspective. If any of my lifters are still watching the stream, which they're probably not, they were watching this morning, but if any of my lifters are still watching the stream, it's all about perspective.
Yeah.
If you can maintain a humble and honest perspective about where you are in this sport, if you can say, you know what, I'm not the greatest in the world.
No.
I have things to work on, but that's okay, you know?
Yeah. For me, it's about maintaining strength and just keeping healthy because I want to be a Masters floor lifter one day.
Absolutely. I want to do this as long as I can
yeah.
because outside of the competition aspect being fun, we're still building our bodies. We're still making ourselves healthier at the end of the day. I mean, there's so many scientific studies and so many things you could refer to where, you know, compound movements and sustained activity with those and yada, 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 and all the other minutia. But at the end of the day, this sport is a health and fitness-based sport.
Right. All right, let's check back in. We are nearing the end of our second attempt bench on platform 3 for flight D, and looks like we are well into, or starting into our first attempts of flight D on platform 4. Seems to be going well. Don't see a lot of red on the board here in LiftingCast, which is always a nice thing.
Logan Allaire coming up to platform 4, 127.5. We see the almighty Eric Hogan in the corner there. And we've got Mr. Gasu on platform 3. And now this is a fun weight, folks. 418.88888888 repeating.
Pounds. I'm a scientist by day. Units are important.
Absolutely. And how many sig figs do we allow in powerlifting? 2.
Sig figs.
All my science buffs at home.
Wow, nice control.
What a press there.
He got that press command really quick.
Long range of motion as well.
Yeah,
and if you
the
can,
worst.
and I tell my lifters, you know, when they're learning to bench, bring it down as fast as you can control it and still get that dead stop at the press, because the faster you can get it to your chest and show the head referee that it's stopped, it's not going anywhere, you're going to get that faster press command and you're inherently going to be able to lift more.
And, you know, people at home might be wondering, why is it such, you know, a light, gentle touch? Like you're barely touching your chest. And it's because heaving is against the rules. So heaving is after you stop on the chest and you get the press command, if you bring it down to give yourself more momentum on the press, that is illegal. Some people, as you just saw with Tucker on platform 4, it can definitely depress into the chest, but once you stop it and you get this press command, you can't come down any further. So some people have a really light touch, and some people bring it down as far into their chest as possible. The key is just not bringing it back down.
And you can almost predict that too. A lot of times our lighter lifters are gonna go for that more technical style bench, more of a softer touch. Usually the ones with a pretty high arch here. I mean, case in point, Charlie on platform 4 here. You can see their ribs. That's how much tension they're putting into their thoracic spine, as we say. But when we get to our heavier weightlifters, you know, anywhere above 110, 120, 125, 140, we're going to see a lot more sinks. We're going to see a lot more sinks. Coming up next on 4, Travis Kim. And it looks like we've got an attempt change in progress here now.
You need the
More
blaring
often
horns.
than not, yeah, exactly. More often than not, that's most likely LiftingCast issue, because you can't technically do any attempt changes for any lift aside from your third dead. So
Might have just been an error on the scores. Well, we are into third.
and you remember that this is the point where Josuel had to retake that bench there. So
it looks like he got it.
he did get it. Yep, he just got that now. So now he is back up to the top of the order with a 157.5 kilo bench. Since he just went, that's going to be a 3-minute break for Josuel,
So
just
they
so he can
should
have enough time.
Likely load 4 minutes on the clock, if I'm not mistaken.
We see dear friend of mine, Rob Escalante, head coach of Texas A&M Powerlifting Escalate Training. Rob Escalante looks like he's handling this lifter, making sure that he gets his due diligence.
Full 4 minutes, as he should. And
Excellent duties on the coach.
Yes. Like we said, it's because he just got that reattempt, but then would be put at the top.
Look at that.
I know the rules or something.
Look at that. It's almost like we have to study the rules.
Yeah, the national referee exam is not open book, unlike the state exam.
Right, right.
So yeah, 4 minutes will go on the clock. That's 3 minutes of compensatory time plus the 1 actual minute. Once those 4 minutes start, the lifter will have the entire 4 minutes to perform the lift or get the start command. If he's feeling ready after 2 minutes, he can take it. It's probably not advised, but it gives him the freedom to take that lift whenever he is ready.
Thomas Martucci. Bench looking Gucci. 3 white lights for an opening attempt. Coming right behind is Mr. Gerardo Flores. Gerardo Flores, Team 3 lifter, letting that head spotter know, just like we were saying, how he wants that lift off. Every lifter is specific, individual.
Some people use like markings on their shirt or their singlet, where to put it. Like you said, you count up, some lifters count down, some lifters take a deep breath, some lifters make a weird noise. Yeah, so it's just crucial to instruct them as precisely as possible.
Absolutely. And that was a good lift for Gerardo Flores.
Nice.
So up next, Nathan Koulis, 358 pounds for the Masters 1 lifter. And then on platform 3, we are still running down the time just a little bit here. The clock was set for 4 minutes. We are now about 2 minutes and 40 seconds out from Josuel Diaz. Now, important thing to note here, he doesn't have to take that full time if he doesn't want to.
Yeah.
If he feels good, he can go at it right now.
Right.
Obviously, the safe bet there would be to use as much time as you're allowed. If it were me, I'm taking my time. Granted,
As
if the
much
first
recovery time as possible.
Exactly. And after that gross of a misload there, I mean, that was well over 110 pounds on the bench.
No wonder. Like, I'm surprised he even brought it down. I would have unracked that and been like, this is not right.
Right.
Wow, a nice technical lift from Wyatt Harris, opening at 165 kilos. That was a good lift. Hey, maybe this flight will catch up to platform 3. All right, we have Sean Devine on platform 4. Second attempt, bench 115 kilos, 253 pounds.
coming down on the 1 minute and 30-second mark now for Josuel Diaz. Still waiting for him to start us off on the third attempt for Flight D on platform 3.
He's just about to be at that minute mark.
Yep. And not for nothing, he's kind of evening the flights back up here.
That's what I said. I was like, maybe they'll catch up.
Here he is. Okay. So with plenty of time left to spare, he had about a minute left, so he chose to go out with about a minute left.
Yeah. It's only a 5-kilo jump, so hopefully that's not too much for him. But like I said, 2.5 kilos can make or break a lift. Go, 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 go.
Excellent,
Yes.
excellent call there.
That always makes you feel better after a mistake and the lifter still successfully completing the lift.
Absolutely.
3 white lights, it was good. Moving on to Dan Michael Devano, 162.5 kilos for his third attempt bench press, 358 pounds. Get ready for him to come on out.
Nathan Bora on platform 4. 130 kilos, Team 3 powerlifter. 286 pounds. Oh, looks like you have a little bit of a snafu. Oh, he had his phone in his singlet. Listen, I've been there. I have been there. It wasn't in the top of my singlet. It was actually in the leg of my singlet.
Oh, no.
And I went out to squat.
Sir.
And who else would catch me but Jen Thompson?
No.
He said, hey,
no,
what are you doing?
Can't do that. Can't do that. You know, it happens. We have a referee. Oh, that was a good grind for Dan Michael Devano. Fortunately, could not get that. We have a referee who's called the technical controller. You can't really see, well, you can't see any of the refs right now, but they're the ones standing kind of back where the lifters are coming out from, and their job is to kind of wrangle these lifters and make sure they're where they need to be, and it's the correct lifter coming out on the platform, because as you enter your next attempts, the order may change. It's in order of ascending weight. So if you were before somebody on your first attempt but enter a higher second attempt, you will then go after them for the second attempt. So you can't really rely on, oh, I was behind this person before this person in the last attempt. You have to keep LiftingCast open, and we do have TV monitors with LiftingCast up, so our lifters know exactly when they're supposed to be on the platform, because ultimately it is their responsibility, but the technical controller is there to help and kind of guide that process, and then also make sure all of the appropriate gear is being worn.
In the right way.
In the right way, correct. You know, so your knee sleeves aren't touching the bottom of your singlet. That's a weird rule. You can't wear a hat on the platform. Nobody can. Referees, spotters, loaders, lifters. To make sure you have deadlift socks for deadlifts. Those are, they come up to about the knee, and that's another safety issue for your shins, which we'll talk about. But that is kind of their duty, and it's incredibly important. So the technical controller might have caught that phone, but might not have, because they are doing a lot of things and checking a lot of gear. So it happens.
Not only that, too, especially as we're looking at the bench press here, a lot of our lifters are wearing those wrist straps, and there are regulations for the wrist straps. You know, you can't have them touching the bar. You have to have them at a certain length as well. So.
Yep, 1 meter. When you have equipment check prior to weigh-ins, you get your equipment checked, and the wrist wraps are rolled out, and we have on our tables kind of tape marks that measure out 1 meter, and if they're longer than that, you can't use them. Weirdly enough, you are allowed to cut them, which sounds not helpful, but if that's all you got and that's the way to you know, make them legal, then that's what you have to do. And I have heard of people doing that. But luckily, you know, all of the major brands, especially A7, is compliant with the USAPL rules, of course, as our sponsor. Yeah. So Don't have to worry about that when you're buying from A7.
Tucker, Sally, bars loaded for him, but Brandon McGuire, what a grind that was. Just really hit a wall there.
I don't know if you caught it. He had to have the bar replaced. I'm not sure why. I'm not sure if it was elbows or it looked, I don't know if it replaced or it looked like it bumped the rack.
That's possible as well.
All right, we have Bryant Blackman coming out on platform 3 for his 3rd attempt bench, 170 kilos, about 375 pounds. This is your friend from Hawaii?
Yes, we can see rocking the Yukio powerlifting meat tee.
Oh, grind, grind, grind. No, not quite. So like I was saying earlier, there comes to be a point in every lift where the grind is not worth it and is going to be a safety issue, so you will hear the chief ref yell rack. Sometimes if you think that could be, you know, you think you could have had it, you might be able to protest it, but honestly, when it's for the lifter's safety, it's kind of likely the end of the story. Very specific instructions here from Jason Song Woo Lee. Going up only 5 kilos, but you know, that might be the best call.
Thomas Martucci, 10 kilo jump from 1 to 2. That's going to be a good lift.
What people also don't think about is making these specific kilo jumps is really important to practice in practice, in training. You know, like we saw in squats, some big jumps. If you're not used to doing that, you don't know how your body's going to respond on the platform to that. Very true. There's some, like with me, I know I can't make more than a 5 kilo jump really on bench press unless it's super early. But that's just, you know, you work on extending those jumps and getting comfortable with bigger leaps to save energy in the beginning. Wow, 160 kilos for Gerardo Flores, and that flew. Good lift for him for his 2nd attempt. John Nickel, no E, just Nick L. 175 kilo attempt here for his 3rd attempt bench. That's 385 pounds.
And what a clean number it is to see on the bar there. 3 reds and a collar. Must be nice.
Love it. I know, right? And he's like, gosh, that's edging towards my deadlift goal, not my bench press goal.
Now Wyatt Hare is here. 380 as a Team 3 lifter.
Wow. Look at that arch. The arch also, you know, minimizes the range of motion too. So the higher you can get your arch, you know, you don't have to come down as far. Gives you a slight advantage.
Right.
Marvin over here on platform 3, grinding it out. Successfully completed it. What did the judges say? Ooh, 2 white lights, that's enough. So the chief ref gave him a red light with a blue card, and that could either be for downward motion of the bar or elbows not locked at the commencement or completion of the lift.
Right,
it was probably elbows because I didn't really see any downward motion, but maybe in that grind there was.
Here's Nathan Koulis able to find a grind. Do a little self-grooming here, don't mind me.
Just laughing at him over here.
Sean Devine coming up next, 120 kilos, 264 big ones. If you are in a, let's say a normal powerlifting gym that might not always have kilogram collars, that's a solid 2 reds on the bar. June Bradley Cadilinia, 413 pounds, 3 white lights, ladies and gents. Here's Sean Devine.
We're starting 3rd attempts here on platform 4.
Starting to catch up just a little bit there. Okay,
yeah,
all right.
Look at that. Is that why the spotters misloaded? I'm just teasing. But seriously, it's the same crew here each day, and I can't imagine all of the hard work that they're doing.
Tyler Schmidt on platform 3, another one of our Team 3 lifters. The future is young, the future is strong.
The future is bright. All right, here's Gousseau. 200 kilogram attempt, 440 pounds for his third bench attempt.
Zachary Broderick's bench lifted the weight of my problems away from me and my 4 kids in a fiery Puerto Rico car crash. You know what? I got to meet this Zach Broderick guy. He sounds like he's a pretty sick character.
All right, let's see what Gousseau has to bring. Not quite,
and you know what? Big ups to the spotters and loaders there, because not only are they keeping the lifters safe, they're hyping the lifters up almost more than the audience is.
Oh my gosh, it's true. That is one of my biggest pet peeves, is when the spotters are louder than the audience. But it's true, like they are there for every single one of your lifts, intimately, right? They're right up on you, and it's an extra support system that I don't think I realized I needed until my first meet. It was incredible. You know, they too are usually lifters, so they know what this is like, and can just hype you up unlike any other.
Absolutely. Jordan Weber, we've got a shout in the chat from Paul McGinnis calling him Captain Bench. Da, 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 da.
I would agree with that, with a 205 easy third attempt that just got 3 white lights.
Love that. Coming up next, Taylor Antistel. 142.5 kilos, 315.
Woohoo, we have made it to Flight E on platform 3, ladies and gentlemen. Moving right along here.
Travis Kim on platform 4.
Whoa.
319.
Do you see that? That was what I was talking about earlier on, is that you can have such an uneven press, and that one arm comes up and the other arm takes a little longer. And it's perfectly valid.
I was going to say, the big thing there is, as long as it doesn't come up and down, there's no up and downward motion. Like we said, it can teeter-totter, it can seesaw, it can even shift side to side. But as referees, especially from the head perspective, we're watching the whole of the bar, the middle of that bar.
All right, Taylor on platform 3 here, 142. I'm not quite sure if he had to replace the bar, but he got the start command with 4 seconds left on the clock.
Oh my goodness, these chat comments are killing me.
Oh gosh.
Jordan just benched the weight of my existential crisis. Keep them coming,
yeah, I was
chat.
like, what
These
else
are
did
great.
Jordan bench? Tell me.
And folks, again, if you're in the chat and you're just now tuning in, let us know where you're watching from, who you're watching for. We love to let our lifters get a little shout out on the stream. So when they watch everything back, we want to see that they're being supported all across the way.
Yes. Keith Hubbard up here on platform 3, also with 145 kilos, or not also, with 145 kilos, 320-ish pounds.
Keith Hubbard, my goodness.
Speedy.
All air, all smoke behind that. Yeah. Let's see if he can't put about another 30 kilos on that bench for the next attempt.
You know, something else people don't think about, or we haven't really talked about, is that after you unrack the weight, you're really just holding it. And so again, the longer you have to hold it, the harder it will be to press as well. It's not just about how long you're paused off the chest. So your goal is to get in place as quickly as possible. Now, usually it's easiest to unrack the weight while your glutes are not touching the bench. So you have to, you know, use your time wisely to quickly bring your glutes to the bench and make sure your feet are in place and not moving to get that start command.
Bars loaded for Tucker Sally on platform 4, 150 kilos, 330 pounds. And again, as a teen lifter, I've always wanted that infamous 315, but even further, 330. So
yeah.
Tucker Sally is going to make short work of it. Anthony Angelini coming back up to the platform to start us off in the bench press. 352 pounds. Got a shout out for from Nicholas Jackson, shouting out Gerardo, representing Resolute Powerlifting.
Nice.
Gerardo Flores about to come next. Now, Anthony Angelini, this kid is a bencher. This kid is a bencher. We're going to see something pretty close to 380 to 400.
Wow.
For his top end bench. Cooper Johnson's going to come right behind. Going 5 kilos up to 363, so about 11 pounds. We got a shout out to Jordan Weber, Captain Bench, and Ryan Handley from Nico, Lakewood, Colorado, Strong Bodies Performance.
Very cool. All right. I think that was a good lift for Cooper. Yep. Starting off strong.
Now here's Ryan Handley coming up to the bar now, who we have in the chat, Vegeta with a hairline is what they're calling him as. Now, let me tell you, as a man with curly hair myself, I've got to respect the curls. I've got to respect the hair game coming into powerlifting, and that is one of the rules, one of the things that they've adjusted in the rule book. Recently, powerlifters that had longer hair had to have it up. They had to have it tied up in at least a ponytail or a bun. Nowadays, they can have it free-flowing, and let me tell you, my curls, thank you.
Yeah, I've seen so many gorgeous locks over the course of my refereeing time. I personally don't know how y'all do it. I have to put my hair up at some form or fashion. But yeah, it's nice because it doesn't give you any advantage, so there's no reason to not.
Right. It does now when we go into like equipped powerlifting. That's when you see a little bit more of that, like the. Oh, sorry, you're talking about the hair, not the head up, but that's inherently that's the reason why they initially had that rule. You had to keep your head planted, and you had to have your hair up so they could see that your head is planted. Now that rule is gone, you can have your hair down.
That makes a lot of sense. Almost in sync. That's really cool.
I think Felicio just beat him out.
Good lift for Felicio. 175 kilos, 385 pounds. Solid opener.
Our final powerlifter, Mr. Wyatt Harris, coming out. Final powerlifter for Flight D before we move on to our last flight of the bench press. Wyatt Harris having an excellent day thus far, going for 396 pounds after topping off his squat performance with 280 kilos, 617 pounds. Here's Wyatt.
Oh, such a nice, technical, pretty.
I was going to say, if you look into any textbook, or let's say they end up making a powerlifting encyclopedia and there's a picture of bench,
that was it.
Look no further. Look no further than Wyatt Harris. I mean, that was that masterclass. And just like that, folks, we are on to our last flight of bench pressing.
Whoop, whoop.
Steve Burkus is going to start us off here. 82.5 kilos on the bar, 181 pounds.
Master 4-lifter.
Gotta love it, ladies and gents. Timothy Prasad on platform 3.
Just got 175 kilos.
Shout out from Janine Talbot for Steve. Let's see it here. 181 pound opener. And I gotta shout out the purple Converse.
I know, they're my favorite. That was a pretty narrow grip too. His entire hand was inside of the knurling. Mine are, like, my ring finger is on the ring. It's as wide as legally possible for bench press.
Here's Kevin Hayes, another lad of precious hair.
Getting a lift off from the spotter. Wow. Flew. That was 435 pounds as an opener bench. like nothing was on there. Spencer with opening 110 kilos, easy peasy, lemon squeezy.
Keeping in mind, folks, that we are in Salt Lake City, Utah, in the beautiful Salt Palace Convention Center, and for a lot of our lifters, and you're gonna inevitably see this with all powerlifting national championships, but you know, travel is a factor for a lot of our lifters, and especially, you know, if you're traveling, if you're cutting weight and traveling, the one lift that is going to surface on, no matter what, is the bench press, especially as we get into the third attempts. Third attempt bench press is statistically the most commonly missed lift across all 9.
That makes sense. Because again, you jump a little bit and any external factor could inhibit that lift.
Absolutely, and it really does come down to the ability of the lifter to simply lock in, to get the job done, to tighten up and get rocking.
I can't believe you just used locked in.
You know what I haven't used yet?
Oh, God.
I haven't used, I really don't want to, but I feel like I should just for the meme of it. Daniel Gomez and Jerome Nalgin, platforms 4 and 3 respectively. Very mindful, very demure in their setups.
Oh my gosh, how did I know? Well, Daniel Gomez made that look easy. What about Jerome? Yep.
Same old, same old.
Same. Another day in the gym. Yeah, you don't really think about the jet lag. Like, again, being from Virginia, my body is very confused. Jeff Puckett up here, opening his bench at 120 kilos. Masters lifter. Oh.
Clean as a whistle as I pull out in my Rolls Royce. As famously said by Rick Ross, he was obviously talking about Jeff Puckett's opener bench press.
Who isn't?
Keith Hubbard.
Another textbook bench press.
And he did take a 15-kilo jump, and it looked just about the same.
Wow.
I think we can expect another 15-kilo jump out of Keith Hubbard. Here's Mr. Wade Craig, 264 pounds.
Anthony Angelini coming up on platform 3, 170 kilos, 375 pounds.
Representing bent bar powerlifting out of Albany Barbell Club.
Cool.
A team owned and operated by USAPL's very own Jan Dario, technical controller. And then we've got Mr. Jackson Penland on his way.
Well, look at how wide Anthony's stance is. That's wild.
Oh, he had me in the first half. I thought he was going to have a very, very high arch, almost non-existent, but my goodness. 286-pound opener for a Team 2 powerlifter. I don't know what's in the water that they're serving to the kids nowadays.
Fluoride.
It's got to be the extra fluoride.
Their teeth or their muscles are as strong as their teeth.
There's Rob Reel, 308 pounds.
Cooper with his second attempt at 385 pounds. Successful lift there.
We've got Mr. Lorenzo Waiters, also taking 308 pounds, product of Jungle Gym Fitness out of South Carolina. And even further, Alpha Strength Gym, coached by the Alpha Strength powerlifting team head coach Elise Yeager. It's not like I don't, it's not like they're not from my state or anything.
Right.
Not like I can't shout out some fellow statesmen.
Do it. You know, it's funny, Virginia had a lot of competitors here, and I think they've been in every session except this one. And I'm like, really? The one session I'm commentating, I don't get to have my Virginia people here.
It was on purpose.
Of course.
You didn't know that?
Naturally. All right, let's see.
Here's Skinner Myers, platform 4, 341 pounds.
Timothy up here on platform 3, 180 kilos, 396 pounds.
Bars loaded for Hadouken himself, Steven Srivastava, 157.5. Rockin', oh my gosh, I mean, rockin', I could never
so
rock
good.
it, but he is rocking it very well. The new A7 EDC colorway. And then on the flip side, another A7 colorway I couldn't rock, but Timothy Prasad making it look beautiful.
Yeah, for real. And, you know, we didn't really talk about this with squat, but on a lot of these singlets, especially the ones from A7, there's usually a color stripe down the side, and that actually helps the judges view depth. If you think about it, a black singlet is really hard to see where your hip crease is, so it's almost to your advantage as a lifter to wear a singlet with a color, any color down the side, basically anything that's not black, just to make it a little more visible and a little bit more obvious for the judge so that there's no question about your depth. Wow, Jesse just had a bench that flew, an opener at 157 kilos.
And like you were seeing now, and I think for the first time this session, really for the first time today, at least for platforms 3 and 4, you've got the blocks.
Yeah. Oh, there they are. Yep.
And there are 3 different sizes of blocks.
Yep.
See if I remember,
Yeah, it's like, come on.
Is it 10, 15, 20, or is it 5, 10, 15?
Believe it or not, 10, 20, 30. It
10,
can go
20,
up to
30, okay.
30 centimeters, which seems unbelievably
Centimeters,
high.
okay. Me and my
American brain?
yeah, my American brain was thinking exclusively in
Right.
inches.
No, so 30 centimeters, which is
That's
pretty
a decent
high.
amount.
It's
That's
a
about,
decent
that's, hey Siri, how much is 30 centimeters in feet? While we wait for that answer, Steve Burkus. Oh, what do you know? 30 centimeters is a foot. Look at that. I love technology. Steve Burkus taking us up to our second attempts here. 5 kilo jump, 192 pounds. My favorite lifter thus far, not only a Masters 4 lifter, but a fellow Converse enthusiast.
Yeah.
A purple Converse enthusiast to boot.
My platform Converse that I was talking about for bench are zebra patterned, and I'm obsessed
Ooh,
with them.
I love that.
Yeah. Was that lift successful for
It
him?
was.
Yes.
3 white
3
lights.
white lights. Also, 3 white lights for, was that Taylor on platform?
That was Kevin's.
Kevin's.
Yep, and 210 kilos.
Gosh.
That's 463 pounds, folks, which is a lot.
Insane.
It's a lot. More than most people are squatting these days.
Yes. All right, we got Spencer up here, platform 4, second attempt, 112.5 kilos, 243 pounds. No wrist wraps. That looked super smooth. 3 white lights.
Coming up next, Mr. Daniel Buckingham, 264 pounds. Another one of our Masters 4 lifters. Now, Daniel Buckingham already a world record holder with his third attempt squat earlier today. Looking to continue a solid run through the bench press here. Very nice there.
Wow. We're getting the bar ready for Jerome on platform 3, 167.5 kilos. That's about 369 pounds. So a lot of you probably see chalk on lifters' backs and chalk on the bench. We didn't really talk about that. Chalk use is allowed, and it's really to make our backs stickier. So on squats, we don't want that bar slipping. The singlets can, they're a synthetic material, so it can be a little slippery, and it's really dangerous and bad for our form if the bar slips. Also on our hands get really sweaty when we're lifting, so don't want those bars going anywhere, so we are allowed to chalk our hands. The only rule is we just can't apply the chalk to the surface of the bench, but we can apply it to ourselves. So you'll see lifters with their coaches or handlers chalking up their back really well, sometimes even their butts for bench, to make sure nothing slips.
Right.
It is really interesting. I started lifting at the Chaos Lab in Richmond, Virginia. Shout out to them. And it's a powerlifting focused gym, so they have really great equipment. It's actually Texas Strength Systems
Shout out
combo
to Chaos
racks. Thank you. And so I kind of got spoiled with equipment, and now if I go to commercial gyms that don't really have specific powerlifting equipment, or they don't have combo racks, I'm like, these benches are terrible. And I slip and slide all over the place, and I was
We have become so spoiled.
I know, that's what I'm saying, and especially because I started out like that. I was like, man, I should have just...
But then on the flip side of that, you got to think too, nobody plays baseball anymore with
I was going to say, it's playing the game, right?
Poopy wooden bats, it's top of the line equipment, and
yep, it's how the sport's evolving.
Exactly. Great phrase there. This sport is always evolving.
Thanks. I'll be here all day. Not really. I hope not.
We've got Anthony Angelini. We see one of the men, the myth, the legend, Mr. Kevin Jury Photography, looking on, getting the sick angles. Another fellow lifter and enthusiast of powerlifting out of Albany Barbell Club.
Cool.
Let's see this unrack here. Self-unrack as well.
Wow.
Wow.
Nice
and a long way to go.
Yeah, very long way to go. Wow, the first third attempt, that was a good lift for that flight on platform 3.
And it was. Now we've got Mr. Jackson Penland. Again, one of our national champions, or one of our national competitors coming out of high school nationals earlier this year.
Yep.
7.5 kilos up, and that's going to be a good lift. Coming up next, Mr. Robert Reel, one of our masters lifters here.
$145 kilos as a second attempt. Wow.
And that's a 3-plate date, ladies and gentlemen. 3 white lights.
3 plates, 3 white lights. All right, we got Ryan coming out on platform 3, 180 kilos. Or, maybe he's just timing it out. I think that's what's happening. 3, 2, 1.
I think that's the go call as well. It was only a 2.5 kilo jump from second to third, so likely he is timing that out. Exactly, saving that for deads. Lorenzo Waiters, excellent second attempt there. We see his handler, Latanya Wise, another in. Bryce, the fixer of many things. We've got the stream back up, ladies and gents. Do what? And listen, everyone trips over a wire. It happens. I did it 20 minutes ago.
I tripped over one of the lights as a TC on the platform. It was good.
Bryce Lewis, though, a mastermind of live streaming for powerlifting, especially for USA Powerlifting.
All right, we've got Felicio Marta here for his third attempt, 192.5 kilos, 424 pounds. That's so many pounds.
It's 424 to be exact.
And it's a good lift. All right, we are approaching our last bench of the day for this whole session on platform 3.
Oh, goodness, folks.
Kevin
and you know what?
Hayes.
We're on our last flight of benches as well. Our last round of
yeah.
benches for platform 4 as well.
They're kind of not really even.
Same, but different.
Steve just had a successful 3rd attempt at 90 kilos. That's a good lift. All right, we just got bars loaded for Kevin Hayes. 220 kilos, 485 pounds.
And Mr. Spencer Prestwich, platform 3, 5-kilo jump up to 259 pounds.
Wow.
One of our youngest lifters on the entire roster, Teen 2. Now, we do have some lifters on the Nationals roster that are as young as 13.
Wow. Good for them. All right, let's look and see what Kevin Hayes has to give. That was a 3rd attempt? No way. It must be the power of the hair. Is it something in the curls?
Listen, I don't know what product he uses. I'll have to get back to you on that, but very likely.
All right, we have finished our bench press for platform 3, session 2. So the spotters are going to break down that bench and set up for deadlift, and then we'll have about a 10-minute break on platform 3.
That's right. So if you're hanging out waiting for the deadlifts, it is dinner time on the East Coast. Please make sure y'all eat something. It's Saturday. Shoot, go and grab you a pizza. And we'll see you back in 10 minutes. But if you're hanging out on platform 4 with us, we've still got a full round of 3rd attempts left before we hit our 10-minute break. Daniel Gomez. Easily my favorite meat kit of all time. The OG red, white, and blue SBD. You can't get any better than that.
You can.
264. He finds his way up. Good redemption there. 3 white lights. And the world record holder, Mr. Daniel Buckingham. 275 pounds. Very clean number as well. 2 reds and a collar. Had to get grabbed by the spotters and loaders there, and it was only a 5-kilo jump, so not too much lost inherently with the total there.
Worth a shot.
Absolutely, and I mean, Raw Nationals, 3rd attempt benches.
Now's the time.
You're going to take those shots, you're going to have those misses, and that's what it's all about.
So have you seen the 2nd Inside Out that just came out this summer?
I haven't even seen the first one, homie.
Well, okay, that's your loss. But anyhow, there's an imaginary character called Pouchy, and it's similar to like Dora's backpack. It's a fanny pack that can talk. That is Jeff's avatar on our Discord channel.
I
Pouchy,
love that.
And I think it's the funniest thing, and I have no idea why. But
Well, Jeff Pouchy Puckett looks like he finishes all the way through. It's going to be 2-1 no lift. So
either
blue
elbows
lights.
or downward motion. Did you see downward motion?
I didn't see much downward motion there,
Maybe
but
it was
again,
elbows.
and that's possible. And again, we're only seeing this front camera view
That's
here.
true.
That was a call from the side referee, so they do have a better angle than we do.
Sorry, Jeff. But, you know, you got your first 2, so take that energy into deadlifts.
Wade Craig finds his way to lock out off the chest. Masters 3 lifter, 292 pounds. That's going to be a good lift. Jackson Penland looking to keep the streak alive here. Stand strong powerlifting product here.
One of the few lifters who has so far gone 5 for 5.
Yeah.
Few, but there's not many who have the perfect record.
Jackson Penland again, high school national competitor, Teen 2 powerlifter in the 110 kilo weight class. good grab there by the spotters and loaders, and good on Jackson to kind of know, like, hey, that's it. I'm at my limit. Go ahead and take it. You don't want to grind through all of that. You don't want to waste so much needed energy, knowing you're going to probably have to give it all for deadlifts.
And also, you don't want the weight to just fall on your chest, so you're kind of stuck there holding it as best you can.
Exactly.
That sounds like it would hurt. All right. Robert just had a successful third attempt, too, with 147.5 kilos. Only a 2.5 kilo jump. So that was probably a smart call by him or his handler. Lorenzo Waiters up. Another 2.5 kilo jump to 150 kilos. That's 330 pounds. Nice and controlled. Beautiful third attempt. Slowed down a little bit, but by no means a grind. And 3 white lights. Oh, he needed that. Or no, sorry. Mario needs this bench. His first 2 attempts were unsuccessful. There you see the placement of the blocks. I believe in you, Mario. Come on. Let's stay in this meet. Do you remember why his first 2 were unsuccessful?
I imagine it. I don't, unfortunately. We can go ahead and check out the LiftingCast here. All yellow lights here, so it looks like he got it up there. He's finished it out.
What is it gonna be?
Ooh,
yes!
Saved by the bell.
Oh, what a relief. You know, I don't know any of these lifters personally, but I feel so emotionally connected to their lifts and their success because I know what they're going through.
Absolutely.
And, you know, it doesn't matter who it is. And that's another thing I love about USAPL and this community is the encouragement, the support just from everybody. Even your competitors, there's such good sportsmanship, I think.
Absolutely.
And it's really refreshing. All right, Steven out here, reattempting 165. Let's see what he's got here for his third attempt bench. Get it. Oh, not quite. It's okay. He made his opener, so he's still in the game.
He is in the game.
All that matters. All right, we're coming down to our last 2 bench presses on platform 4. Skinner Myers here with 167.5 kilos. That's a 5 kilo jump. This is going to be 369 pounds. Oh!
Ooh, tried to get a little too much power off the chest, and we saw a lot of, I saw a couple technique issues there. The hips looked like they came up a little bit of up and downward motion there, and just probably too much on the bar there for Skinner Myers.
Even if he got it, I think there would be some technical issues that the referees would have called him on, unfortunately. But
I'd have to agree there. Our last bench presser, ladies and gents, Jesse Scott Hinkle, 172.5 kilos, 380 pounds. He's going to be our last best bench presser, session 2, day 3, USAPL Raw Nationals. And what a finish it was.
Yeah.
I imagine that's going to be a good lift, and it is. Very 3 white lights. And ladies and gents, that's going to be it. We are done with the bench press. So now platform 4 is going to take its time now, take about 10 minutes, give our spotters a little bit of a break, get the platform cleaned up, and we will see you in about 10 short minutes. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're here for the deadlift portion. Platform 3. The action is already getting started here.
Deadlifts are arguably the most exciting lift to watch. Some of these grinds are pretty incredible, but
Absolutely. I always say, the party doesn't start till the weight hits the floor. There's a number of reasons for that, and we'll get into those as we carry on into our coverage of the bench press.
the what?
Sorry, the deadlift. Excuse me.
Nick's done these a few times before. So you just saw Nicholas, and he had a pretty wide stance. That's called sumo stance, and that is where you take a wide stance and your grip is in between your legs. It's a shorter distance off the floor, clearly. And it uses slightly different muscles than what we call conventional pull, where your feet are together. So here we have another sumo lifter, Zachary Broderick, opening with 578 pounds. It's casual. It's,
Absolutely.
578 pounds. It's fine.
And we're going to wait just a little bit for Platform 4 to come up before we get kind of into the no. Don't. We can repeat it as much as we want. We're commentators. We can do whatever we want. They're forced to listen to us.
I will.
But so when we get, once Platform 4 comes up and we're ready for them to get rocking and rolling, we'll go ahead and go into the minutia of, the rules and regulations and all that stuff. But we're still going to see all sorts of different techniques here. So are you a sumo or a conventional puller?
I am conventional. I hit a plateau on sumo, and it just, nothing. I tried different accessories to train those muscle groups. Nothing would work, and literally it was like 2 weeks before my first meet, and I had been training sumo for a while. I had started conventional, switched to sumo, and I was hitting a plateau, and my coach said, just for funsies today, why don't you just try conventional? And a weight that I couldn't even move off the floor with sumo came right up with conventional. I was like, well, guess I'm sticking with this.
Guess we're taking a little, yeah. I'm a switch hitter myself.
Yeah? That makes training more fun.
Oh, absolutely. And, me with my many opinions.
Yeah.
I think more people should be switch hitters. I mean, it is another technique, and
it is
no one says you have to compete with it.
Right.
You can always train with it. There's no harm in training with it, using it as a supplement. You're working different muscles, and it's very well documented. I mean, the carryover between sumo and conventional and training both of those. Yeah. I mean, you can do nothing but help you. And let's say there's those of you at home that are looking to get into coaching. I mean, being able to do both helps you so much, and learning how to coach both.
That's true. That is a good point. Yeah, I don't know of a coach that doesn't lift themselves, and, that's kind of a testament to the sport. You know it better when you do it yourself and you're in it. We have Jorge Diaz here opening up at 277.5 kilos, 611 pounds. If that's his opener, goodness, what's his second and third attempts going to be? Smooth.
I was going to say, that is a massive opener pull, 611 pounds. And we're just going to keep on going up, ladies and gentlemen. Cole Heitzman.
305 kilos.
674.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 reds and a yellow.
You're looking at that right, folks. I know it can be a little bit difficult to see with the chrome plates, but that is, in fact, 5 reds on the bar. Both of us had to do a little bit of double take, like, yep, that is 4 plates on the bar, yep.
I count on the screen behind them.
5 plates.
Cheat
God,
code.
see, even I messed it up there. Cole Heitzman. And if you're in a commercial gym, that's a 7-plate date. That is a 7-pound plates, give or take, because, no one knows.
That quick?
Do what?
You did the math really quick there, or is that just a number you're
That's
used
just
to work?
a number,
yeah.
When you start out in rusty metal commercial gyms, you only have 45, so 135, 225, 315, 405, 495.
That's true. My partner
584. Sorry.
No, it's fine. My partner's been training for 7-8 years now, and they also started in a commercial gym, and so they'll spit out numbers like that, and I'm like, what are you talking about?
You're a wizard, Harry.
All right.
Bar's getting loaded up. Oh, and looks like we've got platform 4 locked and loaded here.
Rocking and rolling.
Mr. Henry Sandelin. Easy opener there, 205 kilos.
All right. Fought on platform 3, 255 kilos, 562 pounds. Let's see. That's a good lift. So deadlift, in terms of commands, is actually the simplest of all the lifts. There's only one command, and it's down.
My favorite of the commands.
Put it down. A lot of novice lifters who are competing for the first time kind of get set up for deadlift and then grab on the bar and then just stare at the chief ref. And it's kind of funny, and we have to be like, no, you can just go. You don't have to wait for a start command like the other 2 lifts. And they're like, oh, okay. And so once they lift the weight and get locked in the upright position, then they get the down command. So to get the down command, you have to stand up fully erect with your shoulders back and locked, as well as your knees locked at the commencement of the lift.
That's right.
That will get you the down command. And if you do not lock out at the top, or a referee thinks your shoulders or knees are not quite locked, they can give you a red light for that. Another interesting infraction that I find happens more frequently than not is letting go of the bar before the bar reaches the ground. So you have to have complete and total control as you are on the descent and putting the bar back. It doesn't have to be slow, but you have to hold on to it for the entire time.
Right.
If you drop it, or even purposefully slam it into the floor, maybe you're excited. It does, sometimes.
It happens, man. It happens.
That's actually a new rule. The purposeful slamming of it, that's an infraction. But yeah, because it could be a signal of your lack of control of the bar on its way down. You have to have control of the bar the entire time. Man, that's so much weight that it's shaking the live feed cameras. These platforms are made of plywood with a layer of carpet over top of them. There actually are specific specifications of how these platforms are made in the rule book, with like the thickness of the plywood and the thickness of the carpet and whatnot.
It's actually, if I'm not mistaken, because we're having a meet at my home gym here pretty soon, so we're
cool.
having to build out our own platform.
Oh, nice.
The amount of plywood you need, it's no easy feat.
Yeah.
And then you've got to put carpet on top of that, duct tape it all around, nice metal bracket.
Yeah, make sure it doesn't move. I've seen some kind of like even tapestry carpets on some platforms. You do the best you can at a, especially at a local meet.
Absolutely, and it's for me as a powerlifter who, I came up in an era, where most powerlifters didn't train in gyms with kilos, right?
Yeah.
And so, being raised in that, I've kind of had to teach myself how to be adaptable.
Yeah.
And, with that, lifting on different kinds of benches, lifting with different kinds of poo-poo bars, lifting in not the best racks, and I think, that it further extends to the playing field,
Exactly. It'll only make you a better athlete. But it's funny, all of this weight with the platform being made of plywood. We've seen on the Primetime stage, there's already major dents in the plywood.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, the Primetime lifters, they're just wait and see, folks. Primetime tonight starts at 8:30 p.m. Central Mountain Time, 10:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And you know what? It's a Saturday night, so why not stay up a little bit late? Come on now.
I train at 6 in the morning Eastern Time, so that's usually past my bedtime, but it is a Saturday.
Exactly.
And
with powerlifting, we're past our bedtimes every day.
Unfortunately. Trying to work sleep back into that recovery process.
Slow and steady, that one is. Slow and steady.
So you probably see here on Kenneth on platform 4, the tops of his legs are coated in white, and that's baby powder, not chalk. So there's a big difference, and that is on purpose. So chalk, we've said, is sticky, right? It grips, your back to the bar, to the bench, your hands to the bar. Baby powder, makes your legs slippery, and that's helpful on deadlifts because the bar has knurling on it, which is pretty scratchy, and it can get stuck on your leg, and you don't want that impeding your technique when you're pulling for deadlifts. So it just kind of makes it slide and not, one, hurt yourself, and two, inhibit your lift.
Absolutely, and I have a common phrase that I like to think I coined, but I don't know if I did. If there's anybody listening that thinks I didn't coin this, you can fight me. Chalk makes it stick, powder makes it slick. You want to be sure that you know what you're putting on your body before you get out there. And on a on a related note, but kind of on a separate vein there, from the coaching perspective, if you're looking at a lifter, you're coming out on the platform, let's say Cole Heitzman's pulling right now, right? First of all, 317.5. Look at that pull. My gosh.
Just shy of 700 pounds.
Yeah, we're going to see a 705 pull at minimum. But let's say you come out for a sumo pull, right? Well, the lifter before you, they pull conventional. And if you're pulling conventional, you've got a bunch of powder on your thighs right where the sumo pullers are going to put their hands. So you want to be sure when you're looking on the platform, be sure that bar is clean. The spotters and loaders are there to clean it off, as we see on platform 3. We want to have as equitable of a playing field as we can across the whole meet, and that comes down to wiping down the bar.
Yeah, and you can ask to get the bar wiped down in between lifts. The spotters will kind of naturally do that on their own if they see the bar getting dirty, but it is also a rule in between every single third attempt, regardless of if the bar is dirty or if there's a lot of chalk. The spotters are required to wipe down the bar between each and every lift, as you said, to give every fair shot to the lifters.
Fought Deep coming up 260 kilos.
Oh my gosh,
his last pull of the day. My goodness.
Third attempts? How did that happen? Here we are talking about deadlifts so much.
And you see the look there. He came out. He started the pull.
Tug.
It was not moving. He said, that's it for the day. And, sometimes I always like to say, our spotters and loaders, they like to mix it up a little bit. They like to bring out that extra bottle of Gorilla Glue, the extra bottle of Loctite, and give it a little extra challenge for our lifters. No. Our spotters and loaders would never. But, and you see that with sumo as well, a lot more commonly.
Yeah.
With sumo, you have less of an emphatic, what we call wedge, so you don't have as much angular momentum. We can get into all the biomechanics, but sumo is going to be slower off the floor.
Right.
Just almost inherently, by nature, sumo will be slower off the floor. Conversely, conventional is going to be slower at lockout.
Correct. It's really interesting. I saw, I was on the platform this morning refereeing the women, and there were a lot of sumo deadlifts where I really thought they weren't going to budge, but you have to be patient with sumo. It's
Absolutely.
So tricky.
You have to be patient.
It's barely budges, starts to come up, but then boom, they pop up and lock it out. Whereas conventional, it might look like it comes off the floor, like you said, super easily, and you think you're going to get it, and then just locking it out might be incredibly difficult.
And we see a timeout there from Hector Figueroa. And a 2.5 kilo jump there, so I imagine he probably put that in, and
similar to his bench.
Exactly there, and just letting it time out there, and you're allowing the rest of your lifters that 1 minute courtesy, that extra rest. Here's Mr. Lorenz.
Oh, that looked really easy.
We've got some big pulls on both platforms here. 628 on platform 1, 606 getting loaded up on platform 4. Sorry, Lorenz on platform 3, excuse me.
Now, Nick, why would a lifter choose to pull one way or the other, conventional or sumo? What goes into that
I'm going to give you my favorite answer, and it depends, ladies and gentlemen. My favorite answer is whenever, but it's the best. It's the best because it truly does always depend, and more often than not, that it lends more to the lifter's leverages, we say. So their arm length, their leg length, their torso length, their mobilities, their restrictions, things like that.
Isn't
Oftentimes,
long arms better for conventional?
so and you know, there's different schools of thought around that. You know, you think, well, I've got super long legs and super long arms. If I do sumo, the range of motion is none.
Right. True.
If I've got super long legs and super long arms on conventional, that's a long range of motion. But on the flip side of that, you can get more active momentum, active velocity, because you have more muscles pulling in that conventional.
Yeah.
There's so much fun biomechanics and physiology that can go on with
cool.
powerlifting, but
I love your enthusiasm for it.
oh, dude, it's awesome. I love the science of this. It's so fun.
Oh, that's great. For me, it's whatever moves better.
At the end of it, and you know what? I give a very long-winded answer for.
Never mind that.
No, I give a very long-winded answer for. Rachel's best answer is whatever you want. Whatever feels better at the end of the day.
All right, Jordan Glenn retaking his second attempt, 292.5, 644 pounds. Oh!
He finds his way. Look at the knees.
Oh, I don't know if did he get that down command though? Oh!
He did. 3 white lights on the board.
Good for him.
Excellent finish
That's
there.
Amazing.
And good redemption from Jordan Glenn.
Yes.
292.5. That's no small feat.
No.
That's close to 660.
Right.
Just like Mr. Nicholas Kirschnack is about to hit.
300 kilos.
We have yet to see another 302.5 kilo lift loaded. I imagine if folks are staying away from the number of the beast.
Whoa,
Henry
he's got
Sandelin.
his game face on over here on platform 3. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go.
Oh, man. And see, that's one thing you're going to find, too, with sumo pullers is that they are a lot more quad dominant, right? And when you are more quad dominant, mixed with a stance that is as technically demanding as sumo, you're going to run into your thighs. That's almost inevitable. You're going to run into your thighs. Now, what separates the better from the best is how do you overcome that?
Right.
How do you train for that to overcome that on the platform?
Yeah. I feel like that's such like a privileged problem to have. Oh no, my quads are too big. Like,
Can't
okay.
relate.
I wish. So what, in conventional, the hammies are bigger?
Generally, yeah, honestly,
it's
generally,
true.
and
It's the opposite.
I mean, deadlift is a hinge movement, so it is going to emphasize the lower back, the glutes, and the hams, but conventional, you know, you're going to use a lot more of the lower back as well. Whereas the sumo, you can almost think of it like a squat in a sense. You can kind of just almost leg drive,
Right.
and you're at lockout already.
Yeah.
John Enriquez.
307 and a half, 677 pounds for his third attempt.
And Mr.
Wow.
Omario Salinas. One of, excellent setup there, getting chalk well around the bar.
That was cool.
Beautiful setting the hook grip, and let me tell you, there's nothing prettier
can we talk
than
about hook grip?
a sumo stance and hook grip. You want to talk about someone who just wants war. Who just wants war. You've got the conventional stance of peace, over under grip. Everyone loves it. Then you've got hook grip sumo. I mean, come on.
So for those who don't know what hook grip means, it's when your hands are wrapped around the bar, but your thumb is oh my gosh, now I'm like
yes. So
under.
when
I
you're,
haven't done it in so long.
and well, first of all, let's see here. Cole Heitzman, 733. We thought it was going to be 705. This is way above anything we thought.
What in the heck?
Also doing hook grip here, Cole Heitzman. Patient off the floor. Can he get to lockout?
Not quite.
Just a little bit too much on the day there. What a show from Cole Heitzman. That's his only missed lift of the day.
All right, we're headed into first attempt deadlifts for flight D on platform 3. But back to hook grip.
Yeah, like you were saying, so when you're, I want everyone in the audience, if you're watching, let's have those hands back out here in front of us. So when we're, pretend we're bending over and grabbing a deadlift bar. We see Rachel doing the chicken dance over here. But let's say you're grabbing a bar right now. Tuck your thumbs into your palms, and then take your index finger, wrap that over your thumb,
Ouchie.
And then wrap the rest of your fingers over that. Now, you see how small of a space that is between your index finger and your thumb? The bar is supposed to be in between that. That's hook grip, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
Hook grip is painful. Hook grip is hard.
Sumo. It tore my pinky calluses every single time I deadlifted. I was bleeding.
I am a hook grip stan. Personally, I love hook grip. I just want to be different so bad. But hook grip,
you just want to challenge yourself.
Listen, it's safe. It's safe.
It is, yeah, it's one of the safest.
It's safer on the bicep as well. You look at a lot of people that have over-under grip. That underhand, very much at risk for a bicep tear. I've seen it a couple times. It's scary.
It is scary. You got to make sure you're definitely training your accessories for your biceps to keep up with that over-under mixed grip, as we call it.
Absolutely.
But mixed grip is also another very secure grip to help you from dropping.
I can tell y'all all about secure drip. Look at my Jordans. No, I'm kidding.
Oh my gosh.
Wyatt Schneider on platform 4. 255 kilos. That's a jump and a half, ladies and gents. 15 kilos, it's about 35 pounds, give or take.
Deadlift is typically where we can see the largest jump out of all the 3 lifts. I don't know why. I'm not going to go into the biomechanics of that. But it's just a typically stronger body placement.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. It's not on your back.
Yeah, fair.
And
there's
you're not having to hold it while laying down over your face. So that makes it easier inherently.
Yeah, yeah.
You're just standing up. We all pick things up off the ground, whether it be,
True.
our book bags, our textbooks, our feels. There's no limit to what we can pick up. And deadlift, arguably the most functional, you could say,
True.
of all of the compound movements.
True. Just another weird random rule that's meaningless. You probably noticed that a lot of these guys have taken off their shirts under their singlet. That is allowed now. It used to not be, but now it is. I don't actually know why, if there's a functional reason, but looks cooler, maybe?
There definitely isn't any functional reason for it. Definitely is for show there.
Gotcha. Show off.
Actually,
muscles.
you know what? I disagree. There is absolutely a reason why, and it just came to me.
Tell me.
What is a red light on deadlift?
Oh, the shoulders.
And when you take your shirt off, what's easier to see? Exactly,
yeah.
Exactly.
So, like we've talked about, having your shoulders back and what we call locked is a crucial part of the deadlift, and it's hard to judge sometimes because of certain grips, like the mixed grip. Or sumo, where your arms are between your legs, it kind of automatically brings your shoulders forward. So another one of your exercises, if you're sitting, if you're standing, just put your legs past your hips, put them far apart, and then put your hands together in the middle. You can kind of feel your shoulders being pulled forward. So imagine trying to stand up with lots and lots of weight in your hand and getting your shoulders back. It's pretty difficult. So any advantage that you can give yourself to make the referees see that they are locked.
Riley Morgan there on platform 4. I don't know if that's going to go. Okay.
Oh, okay.
So that one side referee saw what I saw. Blue light, a little bit of up and downward motion, but it was just at lockout. Why could that be?
So that, if the referee saw it out lockout, that shouldn't have been a card, because the rules specifically state that downward motion is acceptable when settling into the lockout. So again, if you think about it.
Excellent caveat.
Your shoulders are forward, right? And as you're bringing up the weight, you pull them back and down. So it's very likely that the bar does drop down a teeny bit as you are settling into lockout. That should not be penalized. It's that up and down motion as you are making your way up. That is where we look for up and downward motion. So we have Jordan Weber here on platform 3, opening at 275 kilos, 606 pounds. Boom.
Excellent pulls. In sync, ladies and gentlemen.
So pretty, both of them. Another way, just a fun fact as a referee, some people argue if they get called for shoulders not being locked, well, that's just my body, that's just my anatomy. A trick that I've learned from fellow refs is watch the lifter as they're walking out to the platform. As they're just standing naturally, that is their locked position. If they have giant deltoids, maybe they're just giant deltoids, but you have to look at them as they're in their normal position as they're walking.
That's one of the best takes I've ever heard in my entire life.
I'm going to credit Leanna Trimmer to that, my gym mom.
Well, so and it's interesting you say that because, and I've been waiting for a way to bring this up casually, and I think I found my segue. When I took my state referee exam, I was trained by a fellow trainee of Saber Schnitzer. So I'm seeing a little bit of a trend here in terms of standard of powerlifting refereeing here. My person that taught me said the exact same thing you said.
Way.
Look how they watch them as they come up to the platform.
Yeah.
Look at their knees. Look at their wrists.
Right.
Look at their elbows. How are they walking?
Yeah.
And that will almost always give you a better picture of what they're going to look like when they lift.
That's true. And it's so useful. Marvin here, opening at 295, 650 kilos. Just another day at the gym. So it's interesting because conventional, you're going to have the bar pulling up your thighs, but with sumo, a lot of the times it's your hands. So I am a girl's girl through and through and have my nails done at all times.
You got to. You got to.
You know you do. So but I can't have them very long because I will just dig into my own palms and then sometimes my own legs if I'm pulling sumo. I just don't know how these girls do it, and I'm just very impressed.
Absolutely.
Alexander Frawley here, platform 3, 295 kilos, 650 pounds, lightweight. That was a good lift for him.
And we're on to third attempts on platform 4. Henry Sandlin's going to take us to 227.5 kilos. Another landmark lift there. 501 pounds.
Wow. So far this flight on platform 4,
There's been one miss thus far.
One deadlift miss.
Gasu Koulibaly opening with 683 pounds. Y'all better talk to him nicely. Talk to him nicely. Brian's up next on platform 4. 5 kilos up, 240 kilos, 529 pounds. Will solidify him as your silver medalist in the Masters 1 class. Should he find his way to lockout, and he does.
That was
Brian Jasinski.
beautiful.
Oh my goodness. Staying patient at its finest, folks. My goodness.
Up. It looked like Benjamin there did get his first attempt successfully, 315 kilos. Now we're back for second attempts. Flight D on platform 3 with Brian Drago, 275 kilos, 606. And judges say 3 white lights.
I would as well. Very clean across the board there.
I think I'm actually seeing a lot of soft knees. I don't know if I were on the platform that I would be making the exact same calls, but maybe it's the angle, Again, it's really hard with this camera, and the referees are at 3 different positions, so.
I'd have to agree there, and I'm a very, very strict referee. I like to think I'm a very strict referee. I try to hold not only myself to that standard, but I mean I have lifters. I have a whole team under me. I try to hold them to that standard as well, and I'm going to have to agree with you there.
I know.
I'm seeing a decent amount of soft knees. And, granted, and I also love to play devil's advocate here. It's day 3. It is 5 o'clock Salt Lake City time.
Oh, no.
Many of these referees, if not all of these referees, have been rocking and rolling, some for early equipment checks at 6 a.m., so they're already coming on hour 12.
That was me today and yesterday. 5:15
Exactly.
is our call time. 5:15.
And listen, you're going to miss one or two.
Yeah.
It happens. It gets tiring.
But, I'd rather it be in benefit of the lifter than against them.
Absolutely. Another thing that I was taught in my state ref exam is if you're ever unsure, don't even think about throwing that red.
No.
If you're ever unsure, don't even think about throwing that red, because at the end of the day, referees are not out to throw reds, right? We're not out to get the power lifter. We're not looking, we are looking for those infractions, but at the end of the day, we want as many good lifts as possible.
Right.
And so whenever we're unsure about a certain call, if we're not 100% on it, got to give it to the lifter there.
Who was that? Was that Nicholas McFarland that just got his? No.
Oh, that was Omario.
Yes, he just got his 3rd attempt, 250 kilos. The smile on his face. That's what I love reffing for, and just this sport in general, is the pride in themselves when they hit those PRs and those last lifts of the day. It's the best feeling. We have Jordan Weber coming out again for his 2nd attempt at 285 kilos, 628 pounds. So I don't know if you saw as he was screaming as he approached the bar, but he's wearing a mouth guard. That's pretty common in powerlifting, because imagine you're bracing and clenching every muscle in your body, including your jaw. So my dentist actually recommended one, even though I'm not pulling anything close to this.
Listen, 9 out of 10 dentists recommend having that mouth guard.
It's true.
And listen, it's also a safety thing as well. 1, got to protect your teethers.
Yes.
2, it's very, very common, and I actually saw this with the lifter that I had to handle a couple weeks ago. When you're going for an all-out grind, your body goes into full instinct mode.
Yeah, you're not even thinking about what you're doing.
He bit a hole in his tongue just because of the sheer force of the lift. Now, had he had a mouth guard, probably wouldn't have happened. So for those of you at home, if you're curious, always better safe than sorry. Get a mouth guard if you're curious. I'm going to have to shout out Airwave mouth guards, sponsored a product that sponsors Jen Thompson, as well as many other strong men and strong women in the fitness community. Here's Jason Songwoo Lee. 15-kilo jump to 639 pounds. Goodness me. 639.34. Not comfy enough to call it 640 just yet.
Yeah, close.
Bars loaded on platform 4. Clock's winding down just a little bit there for Kyle Lopez. 20 seconds left. Now, talk to me a little bit about what the timing looks like for deadlifts. So that head referee says bars loaded. Obviously, you don't necessarily have to get the down command within that time limit. What's the head ref looking at?
Correct. So deadlift is usually the speediest because the motion is the simplest. You just have to start the attempt, meaning start the pull off the floor. Sometimes that's a little harder to see than others. I've seen some instances where lifters kind of go up to the bar and positions themselves and kind of tug on it. And at first you might think that's the start of their attempt, but that might be what we call either wedging or pulling the slack out of the bar. So these bars, when they have a ton of weight on them, actually do bend a teeny bit. And also there's a teeny bit of space between the barbell on the end and the plates. And so when we wedge our hips into place, we also do what's called pulling the slack, and it's kind of like a little bit of a head start. But it is not the start of the lift until the lifter makes, their valiant effort to lift the weight off the floor. Sometimes it's also hard to see because you're only supposed to get one attempt.
Exactly.
And lifters might try and kind of try again, and it's a fine line between is it part of their setup or is it their actual attempt. But yeah, so you have a full minute, and that's a lot of time. But I've seen people take an incredibly long time to set up. Their foot placement, their hand placement. It's kind of like bench. It all has to be very precise for them.
Riley Morgan, excellent third attempt there, 606 pounds. Shawnquaise Dawkins, 666 pounds. The first lifter to have completed the challenge against the number of the beast. Here's Gavin Ingram, 285 kilos, 628. Alex Frawley, woo! You're seeing the weight right, folks. 305 kilos, 672 pounds.
So this is an interesting stance for Alexander Frawley. It's not quite sumo where it's all his legs are all the way out, but it's definitely not conventional. So this is what I think we kind of informally call frog stance.
Yes, yes.
What are your thoughts and opinions on frog stance?
Listen, and it depends on the lifter. My favorite answer, and it's a matter of how comfortable that lifter feels with their leverages. If they find that, similarly to you, switching from sumo to conventional, it just feels way stronger. Well,
yeah.
Some people in a similar way move their feet in a little bit. Oh my gosh, this feels just like a leg press.
Right.
This is easy, So that froggy stance does lend itself a little bit more to a more squat type movement rather than the hinge type movement that you see from a standard sumo or conventional pull.
Now, you said leg press, and that triggered a thought in my brain. The day I was told early on in my powerlifting career that a deadlift is just a leg press, everything changed. And it's weird how just one little reframing of the lift in your brain could do that, because it looks like you're pulling something, which you are.
Absolutely.
But the way to get that weight off the ground is to push the opposite direction. So you're pushing into the floor. You are doing a leg press essentially.
That's absolutely right. And that's something for I'm gonna have stop the presses, folks. We've got an American record on platform 4. Matthew Swanson, 298 kilos. 298 kilos, just chipping that record. This is 656 pounds, ladies and gentlemen. Matthew Swanson. My goodness.
Three white lights.
Another American record, locked, loaded, down the drain. Ladies and gentlemen, where better place to do it than 2024 Raw Nationals?
That was the... Oh, nope, I am wrong. This is the last attempt of the flight on platform 4, flight C. Andrew, couldn't quite get it. Bummer, but appreciative towards the crowd.
Here's Benjamin Freer. Ooh. We're going to wait to see the call here. 3 white lights. Now, you both and I kind of gave each other that look, and I think that might have been one of those misses from the referees there.
No disrespect
I don't think
to
he was
them
locked
or
out.
to him. I don't either. It looked a little forward, but and that's it. We get free lifts too sometimes.
Absolutely, and that's a close call.
Yeah,
that's a
it's
very
close
call, especially when they have their belt and their arms are super close to their body, and you can kind of cheat a little bit if you have your neck forward a little bit and you're able to make it seem like your shoulders are further back. But I think just that extra little bit of range of motion might have taken him to that full lockout. Still, 3 white lights. He's on the board.
Yeah, that's all he needs.
And he put in 350 for that third attempt. So we're going to see how he adapts. A bold strategy, Cotton. We'll see if it plays out for him.
Wow.
Brian Drago, if he pulls, he pulls. 3 white lights, excuse me.
3 reds. More like 5.
Exactly. Logan Allaire opening us up on platform 4. 3 white lights. Excellent attempts across the board here.
Bryant Blackman on platform 3. His final attempt, 285. Go, 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 go.
I see the knees locked. Can he keep it there?
That looked pretty good to me.
I'm going to give it to him. And they do too.
3 white lights.
628. Now, technically, that is my competition max. And he just made it look like that.
That's awesome.
Cam Brown, 222 and a half, 490 pounds. Easy opener, 3 white lights.
John Nickel, no E, taking the same weight, 285 for his 3rd attempt. Little wobbly, but definitely locked out. Judges say 3 white lights. They love to see it, folks. Gerardo Flores opening his deadlift at 227.5 kilos, just over 500 pounds. That's a pretty good starting spot for me. I wish I could say that's my opening deadlift.
Right, right.
Fine.
Gerardo Flores, 501.
Boom.
Easy, breezy, beautiful. Gerardo
Deadlift.
Flores.
We'll get it one day in sync.
Listen, we're going to get there. We're going to get there. June Bradley Catalinia, 639 pounds, 3 white lights.
Sean Divine, that deadlift was absolutely divine. I'm sure he doesn't get that one at all.
No, never.
Never. Watch it be Devine.
Oh, man.
Oh.
Jordan Weber.
It happens, unfortunately.
Coming up next on platform 4, Tyler Schmid, 240 kilos, 529 pounds.
I'm sorry, what?
Oh my goodness, we've had a whole YouTube chat that we've just been neglecting this entire time.
I keep forgetting to ask.
Sorry, friends. What do we got here?
Just doing AMA.
Yeah, honestly, guys, ask us anything.
We are here to serve you, the listeners, the viewers. What do you want to know? What do you want to see? Well, you want to see your lifters, clearly. That's why you're here. Oh, Jason getting the crowd hyped up. You know, sometimes you got to do that. Just demand that energy. Travis Kim had a pretty smooth opener. Judges agree.
Ooh, folks, we've got one more competitor against the almighty 666, the number of the beast.
Gino in person.
Here he
there to
is,
support
folks.
him. Getting the audience hyped for this 3rd attempt deadlift. Go, 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 lock it, lock it, lock it, lock it, lock it.
It looks like the number of the beast has been slain, and I spoke too soon. The commentator curse strikes again, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes,
oh my goodness, it doesn't strike again, 2-1. Let's go. Oh my gosh.
Gino's head was perfectly blocking the right referee light, and so I saw one red and one white.
My
and
gosh.
was left in suspense, but he got it.
Oh, wow.
So happy for him.
You know what? I never trust my gut, and I'm always scared of the commentator curse. I'm so glad it didn't happen there. My gosh. And what more ironic of a pull than the number of the beast? John Diaz. Can he finish? Ah, so close there. Now, John Swell, again, being handled by Rob Escalante, a Texas A&M, put on an absolute show. After having that misload on bench press, coming back
from that.
And only having missed that last deadlift attempt, what a day for John Swell.
Yeah. Was there anything interesting in that chat that we need to address? Not really.
A lot of shout outs for a lot of our lifters. Unfortunately, that have already passed.
Gotcha. Shout out to all the lifters just making it to nationals.
Absolutely.
Is an accomplishment in and of itself. Those qualifying totals keep inching upwards.
And they're no joke at all. Dan Michael Devano just shy of 700 pounds by .03. Has a little bit of that bobble there.
Yeah.
And with sumo, like we were saying with the squat and the bench, any deviation from our original range of motion, and it could spell disaster, right? And so with that, you know, we saw a little bit of a bobble. The bar started to fade out in front of him. And for any of my physics buffs in the chat, you know, that really messes up our lever arms and fulcrums and all that good stuff. And
physics.
Physics.
Oh. Man, valiant efforts from all these guys here on these third attempts.
Sean Quace Dawkins.
Oh, no, this is a 20-kilo jump here.
So this is going to be adding on, so this is going to be adding 20 kilos, as you said, about 44 pounds. And this is going to pull him into the top 15 for the open 100 kilo class. Now, the 82s, the 90s, and the 100s are the widest classes of all the classes in USAPL. They're definitely deep, and so to be able to be pulling 7'10" and to only crack the top 15 is just a testament to how strong this class is.
Got it.
John Quace Dawkins, 3 white lights.
That was incredible.
Coming right behind him, though, Gasu Koulibaly pulling from...
Count the reds.
Uno, dos, tres, cuatro, cinco, seis. Moving from 11th to 8th place, ladies and gentlemen, Gasu Koulibaly.
If he gets this. Which he will.
I was going to say, good on the spotter for brushing that bar off.
Third attempts.
Nathan Bora, easy 220 kilos, second attempt on platform 4. 3 white lights.
Did not get that one, unfortunately.
Valiant effort there.
350 pounds.
Yeah, you're reading that,
kilos,
ladies and gentlemen.
kilos.
That's right, folks. Whoa. You're reading 350 on the board. That's not pounds. That is kilos. 771 pounds, ladies and gentlemen.
Last deadlift of this flight. Can he? Okay, all right. Broke the floor. Just
no
gotta
way.
lock it out. Just gotta
finish.
Out.
So it looked like he wasn't going to be able to get it up there without a pretty severe hitch. And so, listen, solid offer.
Bar on the thigh.
Gosh, okay.
I knew I was going to get you on it.
I went all day.
Oh, man. We have our very most senior refs who, you know, get on us about using the technical language in the rule book.
The jargon.
Pitching is not one of those, but we use it.
Man.
All of us powerlifters use it.
Pitching and ramping is technically not allowed. Supporting the bar on the thighs.
Also not allowed.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't want to become that rule enforcer, but...
Here's Cooper Johnson on platform 3. Ooh, up next on platform 4, Mr. Gerardo Flores. Looks like he's being... Oh, no, this is Sean Devine there. Looks like he's being handled by my good buddy, Mr. J.P. Rich.
Sure.
Mr. Richardson, Pennsylvania lifter. Strong Pennsylvania lifter.
We are starting.
That's all his, folks.
Oh. Yeah, 3 white lights. We are starting our final flight of the final lifts for the day. Flight E on platform 3. Anthony Angelini.
Oh, man.
Right under 600 pounds.
Mr. Anthony Angelini, 242 pound weight class. Currently obliterating my numbers as a 242. Anthony Angelini closing in on some of the numbers that I couldn't hit as a 275. So these lifters are strong. Anthony Angelini now, in watching his training and in watching him compete a couple times, this is actually my second time getting to commentate over Anthony. He doesn't do well with staying conscious for the deadlifts. You can tell how he kind of sat there at the end. Back spotter had to pull the belt off.
Yep.
So we're going to see if he can hold on and if he can keep his hands on the bar. As long as he gets that down command, he can hang.
Scary. Yeah.
Been there before, you know, it all depends on the recomp.
Yes.
If you're cutting weight, you know, how well can you refuel?
Yeah. It's crazy how when we talk about refeeding or refueling, most people don't think about that, but you're essentially dehydrating yourself sometimes if you're close to the line on your weight class, and then you have to replenish all of that within the matter of, you know, an hour and a half, 2 hours max to get your body back up to snuff to where it's got to be to compete. That's hard. We have lifters who just literally chug salt packets.
Oh my goodness.
Drink any kind of electrolyte drink possible.
Liquid IV.
Yes.
Goodness gracious.
Lifesavers.
Here's Tyler Schmidt, platform 4. Oh my goodness. 578. Now, dare I say, that man was built to pull.
Yeah. Lanky.
Now here's Ryan Hanley, who, from what I hear from the YouTube chat, those curls come from his mama, Mr. Ryan Hanley, even 600-pound opener there. Awesome Leflar Bros socks. Shout out Leflar Bros.
We talked about socks earlier, I think, during bench press, but they're mandatory. They're in the rules that you have to have tall socks right below the knee, and it's a safety feature, again, for your shins. You don't want to be scraping the front of your legs with this bar.
And not only that, but it's, oh my gosh, Kevin Hayes again with the Leflar Bros socks, but on the opposite legs.
Oh my gosh, they match.
I love that.
That must be a cutesy thing they're doing.
But very cutesy, very girly pop.
Yeah.
We love that. But so, and kind of along, like you were saying, it's a safety feature. It's also just sanitary.
Yeah.
Right.
That's
so,
true.
and if for those of you at
That's true.
home, you've obviously seen the memes of deadlifters scraping up their shins on the bar, and not only like that. That's real. It happens. It happens in competition especially. And you mix that with sweat, chalk, powder, it creates kind of a petri dish for some fun stuff. So we want to be sure our lifters are not only safe for themselves, but courteous to our other lifters who might have to put their hands where you just shinned up yourself. So it's not only is it safe, but it's also sanitary.
Yeah, I didn't think about that before. That's a good point.
Here's Taylor Antisto. Easily my pick for most tatted, best tatted of the game.
Oh,
Charlie,
dropped
and
it.
he's shaking his hand there. It looks like a grip issue there. I'm
Probably
praying.
ripped a callus.
Oh, I'm praying not. Because that's painful, folks. If you've ever ripped a callus before, think about, you've got calluses on your feet, right? You may not have calluses on your hands. You've got calluses on your feet. Let's say you just tear one open. That may or may not hurt a little bit. Well, they're doing so with 600 pounds plus in their hands.
Pulling
so
down, yeah.
gravity is not our friend.
Taylor had a really strong pull there. 3 white lights for his opener.
Felicio Marta, opening 660. Tucker Sally, second attempt at 666 pounds. Another successful competitor against the almighty number of the beast. 3 white lights.
Felicio opening with 300 kilos over here on platform 3, 661 pounds.
We've got Felicio on 3, Wyatt Harris on 4. Wyatt taking 677, Felicio just obliterating 300 kilos.
Did he do it? I missed it. Blink and you'll miss it.
You're at third deadlift time when you can hear the collective up from the crowd.
Yep.
Bars loaded now on 3 for Timothy Persad. Yet again, 666 pounds. So far, the number in and of itself, 3 for 3 on the day. Let's see if Timothy can have some favor on our end.
Let's go, Timothy.
And for an opener, that's going to be easy, but I wonder if the referees caught what Rachel and I both caught there.
Yeah.
2-1. So kinda. Kinda.
One did.
What did you see there?
So kind of as he was pulling the bar past his knees, it looks like his hips came back and his knees came forward, and that's what we would consider supporting the bar on your thighs. It's slight and it's really hard. It's probably the hardest thing to see in deadlifts, but That is what I saw. Just
And then
to
we
kinda
also,
help it up.
so and I saw the exact same thing.
Okay.
What she got on me for calling ramping, it is supporting the thighs. But one thing I also noticed there, a referee threw a yellow.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think that could have been?
I haven't the slightest. Maybe.
And keeping in mind that yellow is kind of that catch-all, right?
Right. It's kind of everything else other than supporting on the thigh and locked knees and shoulders. So maybe kind of rushing the command, because even if you start to go down as the referee is saying down, it could be interpreted as rushing the command. So that's the only thing I can think of, because we can't hear these commands back here.
Absolutely.
But I don't know. Or maybe it was just an accident by the referee. They meant blue. It's interesting because, these lifters lift competitively at these meets all the time, but they're not necessarily familiar with the exact infraction cards and colors. So a lot of the times, especially at local meets, we have them come up to us referees after they finish their lift and say, like, what was that infraction for? Because they just know they got a red light, but they don't know what for. So you have to be able to explain yourself and know the color cards. Wow.
Logan Allaire,
really
Team
smooth.
Hogan Powerlifting.
That was so good.
What else can you expect from
to stay in second place?
The almighty Eric Hogan.
That was
putting
awesome.
The best numbers on the bar there for Logan Allaire to just execute. Now, Logan Allaire coming off a high school national championship appearance, finishing a solid day. Nathan Bora again with the flame jutsu.
Wow.
I see you, brother. Date bayo. 235 kilos. Believe it, brother.
That smile says it all. Yes, 3 white lights.
And with the Baki arms. We love that. So cool.
Anthony Angelini up again for his second attempt, 282.5 kilos, 622 pounds.
Cam Brown on 4, 252.5 kilos. Anthony Angelini, 622.8. Yep, so he's a very fast puller, has to take that extra second, making sure he's alive. And listen, I've been there. I've been there.
Very dramatic, but
my iron is a little low. Yeah,
okay.
Absolutely. My iron is a little low. I get a little anemia every now and then, so it's very common for me to kind of lose my way. And you see stars very commonly, and you've got the belt with that extra pressure on the inside.
Yep.
It's very common.
Jerome. That was a sweet pull. Yep, 3 white lights.
Ooh, Sean Devine.
Go, 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 go.
Did JP put a number that you could hit? Yes, he did. What a grind that was.
Wow. That was probably the best.
What a call. Look at that. Oh, my goodness. 2-1, a yellow and a blue. Blue, I could arguably see a little bit of support from the thighs there.
I don't know what
but the yellow card,
I might go to jury on that just because, just out of curiosity, not even, try and overturn, of course, because you have nothing to lose, but
absolutely,
it's figure out why that happened. All right.
Very interesting there, and for a third attempt pull there, yeah, it's like I haven't been talking all day. For a third attempt pull there, it's very why not?
Right.
It doesn't cost you nothing unless you're contesting someone else's lift, and what the worst they can do is tell you, no, they were right, and then
they're like, all right,
we're none the wiser.
Right. But it's interesting because we were talking about at local meets, the lifters can go up and ask the judges what was the infraction. But here at a national meet where it's a little more formal, you have to go to the jury, and the jury will then come to the platform referees and ask what those calls were for, just to double check. Kevin Hayes here with those fun socks again, 290.
Shout out Left Bros Apparel, and he's doing this beltless.
Wow. Oh, I didn't even realize
he did that beltless. I just caught that.
Wow.
I was like, there's something off about that lift. Oh, wait, it's beltless.
Oh, my God.
What? That was 639. Beltless.
So why that's so significant for you listeners at home is if you think about it, if you're pulling something really heavy, your back could, if you're not pulling properly, it can really hurt your back. Having a belt oftentimes allows you to take a deep breath and brace and push against it and get that pressure to create a solid core to take your back out of the lift and make it easier. Now, for some people, probably like Kevin, sometimes it impedes you when you're bending over, or it just hits you in the wrong way and it does more damage than good. So you choose to train beltless, and that's truly impressive.
It's me. It's me.
You show off.
Well, no. So, and this is something, you know, and this is further going into another one of my soapboxes and my coaching philosophies, but, you know, and you've got a lot of younger lifters, and for those of you watching at home, if you're thinking about starting into powerlifting, maybe hold off. Maybe hold off a little bit before getting a belt, because one, it's a little expensive. Mom and Dad's going to have to buy it for you.
True.
But two, you know,
it's
take
so much
your
better
time.
for you to build foundation without the belt.
Exactly. And learning how to brace without the belt just makes your brace with the belt that much more forceful. And I mean, shoot, if you can do 639 beltless, imagine what you could do with a belt.
Right.
My goodness. Here's Charlie on 4, retaking 628. And then Timothy Prasad on 3.
This is the second attempt on platform 3. 315 kilos, just shy of 700 pounds.
Oh, Charlie, he kept a hold on it. Remember, he lost that last one on grip. 3 white lights, the redemption is there for Charlie Rehack. Look at that. Now here's Thomas Martucci, 644 pounds. And we're getting that bar loaded up, folks. Yes, you're looking at it right. 340 kilos, not pounds, kilos, ladies and gentlemen. And that roughly translates to about 750 pounds for Noah Mathis. 110 kilos body weight. Well over 3 times body weight pull. And to do that at 242 is nutty.
Yeah.
It's nutty, because you got to think. You look at a crap. You look at a 60 kilo lifter, for example, right? 60 kilos, that's about 120, 130 pounds, give or take. I just lost my train of thought. Sorry, I lost myself trying to do that math.
It was like at that small of a weight.
Yes. At that small of a weight, you know, 3 times body weight, that's about 300 to 400 pounds. Still very sizable. 3 times body weight is a massive accomplishment for anybody. But I mean, in terms of relative intensity and absolute numbers on the bar, 3 times body weight for someone at 242 body weight is nutty. Absolutely nutty. Cooper Johnson, 252.5 kilos, and he's taken us to the last deadlifts of the day.
Woohoo!
For platform 3.
We made it.
For day 3, session 2. 2024 USA Powerlifting Raw National Championships presented by A7 Demand Greatness. Now here's Wyatt Harris keeping the train rolling on platform 4. We've still got a whole other flight of powerlifters on platform 4, ladies and gents. He's able to find lockout. I'm afraid that there is a little bit of up and downward motion on the way up here. I'm hoping not. Let's see it, judges. Oh, they don't see it. 2 to 1. One of them did. 2 of them didn't. And that's all you need.
Wow.
Now, you are reading this correctly, folks. Nathan Koulis, 330 kilos, yeah? 727 pounds, yeah? This is a world record attempt, yeah? And with this, yeah, Masters 1, yeah, he's going to go into first place and stay there, yeah? It's going to be crazy. I tried to do my own little Macho Man Randy Savage thing there. It didn't work out well.
I was going to say, after, what are we, over 4.5 hours together, I'm a little bit done with you.
Wouldn't be surprised. Normally it takes like 2. Here's Ryan Hanley, and it looks like he's going to time out this attempt here. And listen, for a last attempt pull, you finish out with 622.8. only going at that 2.5 kilos and then still electing to scratch it, that's perfectly okay. You know, that 622 was all you had on the day. No sense in going back out for that one. And now this is going to be a world record attempt for Nathan Koulis. So like you were saying earlier, we do have to switch out the judges and ensure that we do have category 1 referees on the platform. Nathan Koulis here, and this is a world record for the Masters 100 kilo division. Oh my goodness, can he find his way past his knees? Lockout's gonna be slow, my goodness! Another world record for Nathan Koulis. 727 pounds, 3 white lights for the product of barbell medicine. And folks, he's gonna take us into our last flight of deadlifters on platform 4, ladies and germs. Taylor and Still, 660 pounds. This is gonna pull him from 18th to 17th. Looking to add on just a little bit more to that total here. Running down the clock with 5 seconds to spare. That's gonna be a good lift, ladies and gentlemen. 3 white lights.
Wow, 300 kilos even.
Now we've got Mr. Anthony Angelini.
Same weight, same weight.
Big Tony. How you doing, Big Tony? 330 kilos, 661 Tony. Come on now. Steve Burkus, easy opener there on platform 4, 3 white lights. Spencer Prestwich to come behind at 363 pounds. Here's Anthony Angelini here, taking all the time he needs to get centered under this bar. Like we said, if he can hold on tight, not only will he satisfy an excellent day after only hitting the QT a month ago,
That's insane.
but he will beat the pass-out allegations. Anthony Angelini holds on to the bar. Get that belt off of him. He's okay. He knows he is. Ladies and gentlemen, 949 for Anthony Angelini, ladies and gentlemen.
At Nationals, on a national
At
platform.
Nationals, he
What an
hit the QT
accomplishment.
a month ago.
What an accomplishment.
That is insane, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, you want to talk about a comeback. That is the best you can ask for, ladies and gents. Jerome Angelo Nalgin, though.
I love how that spotter was also like trained, like to know to immediately
Listen.
just open his belt.
And there's been times where I've been competing. Oh!
That's the worst.
Very close there. And that, you know, that's where I've been in situations like that, you know, where it's been close like that.
Yeah.
Bar's getting loaded up for Mr. Keith Hubbard, 305 kilos. And if you're familiar with anything over the 300s, 305 is 672 pounds. Mr. Daniel Buckingham, world record squat holder in the Masters 4 class, opening us up with 182 pounds. 182 kilos.
That was right over 400 pounds.
All right.
Oh, Keith. Keith, 305.
Big Keith Hubbard.
That man is very tall.
He is Mr. 305, Mr. Worldwide here, Keith Hubbard, 672 pounds. Jeff Puckett of Anchor Powerlifting.
How's it going?
Love the socks. Big fan of the socks.
Yes.
Keith Hubbard. Oh. Now,
Oh, something's.
You know what? That looks like hip flexor to me.
Yeah.
That looks like hip flexor. Based off of where he you saw that left knee buckle just a little bit.
Yeah.
That's the hip flexor kind of falling out of that groove there.
Are you a PT?
I have my master's degree in exercise science.
Oh, that would be weird.
I kind of know something.
Nerd.
I am a nerd, yes, and I'm proud of it.
It's okay. I'm not one to talk. I have my master's in clinical lab science.
There
so
you go.
I'm right there with you. Being a nerd's the best.
Listen, the mitochondrion, powerhouse of the cell, Kevin Hayes, the powerhouse of my heart.
Oh, my God.
672 pounds, ladies and gents. The hair, the socks, the fit, the heart to the audience. 3 white lights. It's all there, ladies and gentlemen. And we've only got 3 pullers left on platform 3, folks. 3 pullers left. Timothy Prasad's coming up next. 322.5 kilos, 710.99 pounds. Call that man 7-Eleven because he may not be always open, but he's still doing business. Timothy Prasad.
You just said mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell.
It absolutely is.
And my gym mom, Leanna, gave me a shirt that says mitochondria, and it's a mitochondria flexing.
Aww.
And it's the best gym shirt I have. I'm trying to find it. There you go.
That's a clean shirt. And that was a clean pull. Jackson Penland. Oh, Tim, can you get it up? Can you lock it out? Oh, no there. And we saw on that second attempt there, he was pretty close to getting that call on supporting with the thighs there. And it looks like he was pretty dangerously close to doing so with that attempt there. But still, coming away 2 for 3 on deadlift there.
We are on our second to last deadlift on platform 3.
That was Skinner Myers, 245 kilos. LiftingCast just took a half second to get caught up there on platform 4 now, but that was indeed Skinner Myers. Easy opener at 245. Robert Reel is going to come behind. Masters 1 lifter, 562-pound opener here. Felicio Marta looking to finish off his run, 727.
Go, 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 go. Oh, you could see his grip just slipping.
Absolutely.
Ever so slightly, but it looks like he held on. 3 white lights.
And now, folks, coming up as our last deadlifter of the day for platform 3, Noah Mathis, 782 pounds. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, friends, family, dogs, cats, fish, everybody watching, this is a massive, massive pull for Noah Mathis. Steven Strivastrava, very easy opener there on platform 4. Here's Noah.
Go, 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 get it.
And that dog won't hunt, unfortunately. Noah Mathis, I mean, you got to go for it there.
Yeah.
You really do. Well, folks, that's going to be the end of the action on platform 3. And, I mean, what a show we've seen on platform 3. Some of the biggest pulls of the competition. And, I mean, folks, we've still got a whole session after this, the Primetime session at 8:30 Central Mountain Time, 10:30 Standard Time on the Eastern side. Be sure to come back and check that out. My co-hosts, Leo Benedendara, Solana Lewis will be on the mic. Go ahead and check them out. It's going to be a show you're not going to want to miss.
Shout out to my gym mate, Izzy Steiner, who's lifting tonight in Primetime. Go check her out. She's, I think, in the 82.5 kilo class.
Yes, she is. Yes, she is. And then shout out to me a little bit. I'll be handling my partner Destiny Breen in the 82.5 kilo class.
Amazing.
So it'll be a nice little battle across the board. We've got the ladies 75, 82.5 kilo class, and then the men's 90 and 100 kilo weight classes.
Isn't the 75 kilo
and 110, excuse me.
Yeah. Isn't the 75 kilo total for women higher than like the 82?
It is.
The 75 is just the most competitive class, and I don't know what about that body weight for women.
I can tell you who it is, and there's one person to blame, Miss Jasmine Penn. Miss Jasmine Penn, she is our current favorite to come in to win the 75 kilo class, and she's just so strong. That QC just goes up and up and up,
well,
just because of her.
I'm just kidding. Can she go to the Masters?
Give her a few years. Yeah. Give her a few years.
Just kidding. Gino making an appearance here on platform 4 to cheer on our Teen 2 lifter Spencer, pulling just about over 400 pounds. Teen 2 again, 15 to 16.
16 to 17.
I can't keep up.
Very clean there. 402, dare I say he's got 418.
Yellow.
2 yellow cards on there. And we're looking at some motions there from Gino, and it's most likely he dropped the bar just a little bit there. He let go of it right at the end. That's what the referees were saying. Again, we don't have that view, unfortunately, but we're just going to move on right along here. Mr. Daniel Buckingham, 418.88 repeating.
So clean, so smooth.
So fresh, so clean. Somebody call Outcast. We've got a copyright infringement. Mr. Wade Craig opening up with 440 pounds. Masters 3 powerlifter.
Another tall gentleman pulling conventional. Makes sense to me.
Wade Craig.
Smooth like butter.
3 out of 3 white lights.
Yes, yes.
Can't believe it's not deadlifts. It's Mr. Wade Craig.
Your lucky dad jokes is my favorite sense of humor.
Coming up next now, Mr. Jeff Puckett.
Let's go, Jeff. Handled by Tracy Cook, who just won the...
Tracy Cook!
I'm obsessed with her. She is the sweetest human being. She just won the Masters 75 today.
Who's surprised, though?
Nobody.
Who's surprised? Tracy Cook, one of those people that does the business of powerlifting as well. She coaches, handles, referees, runs
Meet directs,
awesome meets
yeah.
down in Georgia. I've gotten to work at a couple of them. Tracy is a phenomenal lifter and a phenomenal handler there, clearly putting Jeff Puckett in a great position
Yeah.
for likely a 220 kilo pull.
That would be cool. All right, we have Daniel Gomez stepping up to the bar today. Right now. 232.5 kilos.
For the 8th time today.
Oh, you're right. 512 pounds. Masters 2. Wow.
Very nice work
Yes.
there. Daniel Gomez, 232.5, 3 white lights, ladies and gentlemen. Now, Jackson Penland, easily becoming one of my favorite lifters thus far. 235 kilos on the bar, so 7.5 kilo jump there, which kind of runs the gamut about, even jumps there for the deadlift there. You want between 7.5 to 10 to 15. Anything more than that's looking a little shaky. Jackson Penland of Stand Strong Powerlifting.
Looked easy enough. Yep, 3 white lights. Let's see, we have Mario here up next. 250 kilos, 551 pounds. Getting his hip hinge nice and ready.
Here's Mario. Yahoo, Mario, 551. I wasn't going to do my actual impression. My voice is kind of shot at the moment.
I was hoping you would.
Skinner Myers coming up next, going to take his second attempt. 12.5 kilos up. 567.69 pounds there.
Nice. Super clean sumo lift.
Another individual just choosing war. Sumo stance, double hook grip. Here's Robert Reel coming up next here. 267.5 kilos, 589 pounds. Rob Reel, can he find his way past the knees? Yes, he can. He does it. Ooh, did he drop it just a little bit too early? Let's see the ref's call there. Okay, 3 white lights. I'd be very interested to see what he does for his third, if not scratching
I
it.
was going to say it might be smarter at that point.
Bars loaded up next for Mr. Jesse Scott Hinkle.
280 kilos, 617 pounds for our master one lifter. Up. Yep.
Easy peasy. All the lemons are being squeezied. 617 pounds. It's going to be a good lift. Coming right behind Mr. Lorenzo Waiters out of South Carolina, Jungle Gym Fit, Alpha Strength Gym. Coached by Elise Yeager. Handled by Miss Latanya Wise in the corner there. Gets to the end, 3 white lights. I imagine probably another 10-kilo jump there. But folks, we are on our last deadlifter for second attempts of our last flight of powerlifting for 2024 USA Powerlifting Raw Nationals. Now, Steven Srivastava. Look at that singlet. Look at this form. Look at this weight. 628 pounds, ladies and germs. The easiest second attempt I'd ever seen. Look at that. Give it to him. Oh, he's on, ladies and gents. Looks like he's being handled there by the Mother Teresa of Gains. And folks, we've reached the pinnacle. We have reached the end. We are almost done, ladies and gentlemen. 3 third attempts locked and loaded for platform 4, our last deadlifters of the day for platforms 3 and 4. Steve Burke is going to start us off. 297 pounds.
Go, 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 go.
Ooh, I'm looking at the knees there. It looks like he kind of sat a little bit too deep into that lockout. 2-1, that's going to be a good lift. So the head referee saw that. Likely not seen from the side referees. Up next here, Mr. Spencer Prestwich. Missed 182.5 kilos on the second attempt, going up to 190 kilos.
Look at that. Look at that game face.
Yeah, kiddo, size him up. Size him up. Let's go. I bet that's how he looks on the front lines of football. I reckon this kid's a defensive tackle.
Jeez. And it's
maybe
funny.
A center, nose guard. Look at this kid. Oh, Spencer Prestwich. If he stays healthy in this sport, oh, what a future he's got ahead of him. 3 white lights. Come on.
Oh, I get so emotional. I'm like such a mom in this sport. I'm like, I'm gonna cry. He's so happy.
And you know what?
Was that I think that was oh no.
And you know what? Giving all due credit to the referees there. Something I like to teach my lifters to do. Referees are putting in just as much work after your attempts. Go ahead and give them a little recognition, a little dap up.
It does feel good. Not required, but really appreciated.
Daniel H. looking to tack on to his total.
Go. If he gets this, it's an American record.
8 for 9 on the day. A world record, an American record, 8 for 9 on the day. What more can you ask for if you're Daniel Buckingham?
No, that was 9 for 9. We're in third attempt, silly.
Daniel missed his third bench.
Oh, he went. Okay.
Yeah.
That's my brain slowing down here.
Listen, after 5 hours, it gets tough.
Oh my gosh, it's been 5 hours.
Give or take. What time is it?
Yep, it's 6 o'clock on the dot.
We have been on for
Mountain
5 hours,
time.
ladies and gentlemen.
I'm
Jeff
surprised.
Puckett.
Oh, there you go.
Look at that there.
I feel like he had more.
Definitely. And you know what, Jeff?
All right. Good job, Jeff. Good job.
He did miss that last bench there,
That's
so
true.
looking to be safe from here on out with the total.
I
and
hear you.
Solid play.
All right, another Masters lifter stepping up here. Wade Craig, 222.5 kilos. 490 pounds. Oh, wait. Pull it. What an incredible.
Oh, goodness gracious.
They caught
Good
him.
catch there by the spotters and loaders. He is okay, ladies and gentlemen. And, you know, I think he's more upset that he had that little bobble rather than him missing it. And, I mean, obviously, we're so glad Wade is safe there. But, I mean, that's how quick it can happen, folks. Very easily, it can turn from a decent lift to something a little bit dangerous there.
Yeah, I was going to say, powerlifting is generally safe sport and not something that has a lot of injuries, but when they do, they tend to be pretty serious. It kind of goes from 0 to 100 pretty quickly. So spotters and loaders are incredibly important here to keep all of our lifters safe.
Daniel Gomez here, 240 kilos, 529 pounds.
And Masters lifter, for those of you listening, is kind of our age division. So that looked good. 3 white lights.
Beautiful.
Yeah. So Masters 1 is if you are competing and you are age 40 to 49. Masters 2 is 50 to 59. 3, 60 to 69. 4, 70 to 79. 5, 80 to 89, so on and so forth. And I think it does go to like,
I think we go to 100.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. So sport you can do for life.
Absolutely.
That's why I love it. Just like we have a teen division, so this is Raw Team 2, 16 to 17 years old.
Come on, Jackson. Product out of Maine, Jackson Penland.
Maine. That's probably like
242.5 kilos, 534, wow. 3 white lights. And Jackson, if I'm not mistaken, 8 for 9 on the day as well. And your gold medalist for the Team 2 110 kilo weight class.
Incredible.
Here's Mr. Mario, 584 pounds.
Let's go, Mario.
It's not going to go, unfortunately. And listen, at that point, and it's a lot more common that you see where when you hit that top end strength, your body just kind of goes into instinct mode there. It goes for what we're on the fight side of the fight or flight mode, and you know our body just kind of goes into what it's naturally supposed to do. And once you start to hitch, that's the body's natural way to try and get that bar up. Fortunately, it's not going to go, so Mario will miss that last attempt there. Skinner Myers will make this attempt. 600 pounds, 3 white lights. What a milestone for Skinner Myers. And folks, we've only got 4 lifters left on platform 4. Robert Reel, Lorenzo Waiters, Jesse Scott Hinkle, and Steven Srivastava. Here's Robert Reel, 600 pounds. He finds lockout, ladies and gentlemen. Look at the hands. Oh, 2 to 1.
Yeah, but one called for shoulders or knees.
I was looking at that as well.
And then one called for likely the drop.
That's right.
Man, that was so close.
Our last 3 lifters, Rachel. We are almost done.
Home stretch.
Lorenzo Waiters, 270, 280, 290, 639 pounds. Alpha strength product. Let's see it, Lorenzo. What can you do now? Just a little bit too much there for the day. Lorenzo Waiters coming off fine. Still finished out with 280 kilos for his total. Now, Jesse Scott Hinkle, 644 pounds.
Wow.
We are coming up on party time, ladies and gentlemen. Our last 2 deadlifters, our penultimate deadlifter for this flight. 292 kilos, ladies and gents, 644 pounds for Jesse Scott Hinkle. Masters 1 lifter, so between the ages of 40 and 49. Doesn't look a day over 25. My goodness, Jesse Scott.
That looked good to me. The judges agree. 3 white lights.
And ladies and gents, we have reached the end
Oh, I just want to point out Jesse did go 8 for 9 as well today. That's
He
amazing.
did?
Yes.
Steven Srivastava,
Last but not least,
660 pounds. The last puller of the flight, the last puller of the day for session 2, Steven Srivastava. And what better to do it in than the A7 Fresh EDC singlet. Proud representative of our presenting sponsor here, 300 kilos. Let's see what we got, Steven.
Oh, get it, get it, get it, get it, get it, get it.
That is his. Hit us with the Hadouken, Steven. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. Look at that celebration. Oh, man.
That was incredible.
Oh, my goodness.
Well
what a finish there,
deserved.
ladies and gentlemen. What a finish. Sorry, I had to take a
I
second.
was like,
Folks,
do you have final words here, Nick?
I don't have many, but I do
No.
have a few. Rachel, it's been an honor getting to commentate this with you. You were phenomenal.
Thank you. You too.
This-
It's been such a pleasure, Nick.
Thank you. And I mean, this session itself is phenomenal. Some outstanding pulls
Yes.
we've seen today.
Yes.
All the way up into the mid-700s, American records, world records across both our ladies and our men. It's going to be a
great
time.
day.
So, folks, we'll see you for the primetime session at 8:30.
See you
Peace
next
and blessings.
time.
Let go!